Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. The first scream was swallowed by the rain. At least, that's what Noah told himself when he remembered it later. He thought it had been thunder, or maybe the groan of the wind as it forced itself through the rotten boards of the abandoned house. But deep down, he knew the sound had shape, and it had pain in it. And the worst part, it hadn't been alone. There were others after, hidden beneath the storm like whispers under a blanket. The house on Ashwood Hill had been a warning to everyone who grew up in Greystone. Parents used it like a leash, telling their kids if they wandered too far, the house would take them. They said people had gone in and never come out. That sometimes you could see shadows pacing behind the broken windows when no one was inside. But children don't believe warnings. They believe in dares, and Noah, being 17, couldn't refuse one when it was thrown in his face. What started as a dare had turned into something else entirely. Something crawling under his skin and tugging at him in ways he didn't understand. Something that made him want to look over his shoulder even when he was sitting in his own room, door locked, lights on. Something that made his dreams smell like damp earth and copper. It all began the night they broke into the house. There were 4 of them: Noah, his best friend Adam, Marcy, who never turned down trouble, and Elise. The quiet one, the one who had insisted she didn't want to come. Noah remembered the way Elise's voice had cracked when she said she'd meet them anyway. Something about the way she'd stared at the house from the hilltop had made him wonder if she already knew something they didn't. The place had a way of looking alive even though it was nothing but splinters and mold. The roof sagged, shingles missing. An ivy clawed its way up the brick like veins. The windows were teethless mouths, glass shattered long ago. But when you looked at them too long, you swore something looked back. Everyone in Greystone whispered about what had happened there, but the stories were all different. A family murdered. A fire that took the children but left the house untouched. A man who had locked himself in and starved, refusing to leave. And worse stories too, ones Noah only half remembered, because the older kids told them, in hushed tones at bonfires, always stopping short with a smile that didn't reach their eyes. They broke in through the side door, the hinges screaming. The air inside was colder than the rain outside, thick with the smell of mildew and iron. Dust shifted like breath when their flashlights cut through it. Adam, trying to be brave, cracked a joke about tetanus. Marcy kicked a bottle across the floor, its glass clink echoing through the hollow space. Elise said nothing, just kept looking at the staircase that rose into darkness, her hands clutching her jacket tight enough to whiten her knuckles. From the start, things didn't feel right. The house wasn't empty in the way abandoned places usually are. It was waiting. Noah couldn't shake the sense that the walls leaned closer when they moved, that the silence had weight. Every sound they made felt stolen. Every step echoed too long. And then came the first scream. Muffled by the rain outside, yes, but real. High, sharp, and short. It came from above them. From the shadows that swallowed the staircase. Adam swore it was a raccoon, or maybe an owl trapped in the attic. He said they should go check it out. Prove it was nothing. Marcy agreed, laughing though her voice shook. Noah didn't want to go. Elise whispered that they shouldn't, but they did anyway. Because dares don't die easy, and because turning back then felt like admitting the house had won. The steps groaned under their weight, but they held. At the top of the stairs was a hallway lined with peeling wallpaper, water stains spreading like bruises. Doors lined the hall, most hanging open, some shut tight. Their flashlights flickered, batteries suddenly weaker than they should have been. The air smelled worse here. Rancid, metallic, like something rotting under the floorboards. Then they found the room. It was the second door on the right. The one Elise had been staring at since they'd come up. She didn't want to go inside, but the others did. Noah followed, because he always followed. Inside was a nursery, or what had been one. The wallpaper was faded with little yellow ducks peeling down in strips. A crib sat in the corner, its bars splintered. A rocking chair sagged under a film of dust, and beside it, scattered across the floor, were toys. Wooden blocks, a cracked porcelain doll missing one glassy eye, a music box half, buried in grime. When Marcy wound the music box, its tune came out slow and warped, like a child humming through water. That's when Elise begged them to stop. She didn't just ask. She begged, her voice breaking. And then, as if answering her, the rocking chair began to move. At first it was slight, a creak back and forth, like maybe the floor had shifted under their weight. But then it grew sharper, the chair groaning as it rocked hard enough to rattle the blocks. No one touched it. No one breathed. And then the doll, its single eye gleaming in their flashlights, tipped over on its own. That's when the second scream came, clearer this time, echoing down the hall. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the storm. It was a woman, shrill and broken. And it came from a room that none of them wanted to open. They should have left. God, they should have left. But Marcy, grinning though her face was pale, said they had to find out. That's how it always started, Noah thought later. The house didn't pull you in. It made you pull yourself deeper. Elise cried now, saying they had to get out. Adam argued, saying they'd come this far, they couldn't chicken out. Noah stood between them, torn, heart thundering louder than the storm outside. They opened the door at the end of the hall. The scream had come from there. The hinges whined as the door swung open, and inside, the smell hit them first. Wet earth, mold, and something coppery sweet. Their flashlights swept over the room, and every one of them stopped breathing. The floor was covered in dirt. Not dust, not rot, but fresh dirt, dark and damp like it had been dug up from a grave. And in the middle of it was a hole. A pit, perfectly round, swallowing the light. The edges were sharp, like something had cut straight through the wood. From inside, the smell rose stronger, pulling at their stomachs. Something moved down there. It was quick, too quick to see clearly, but enough to scatter their courage. A hand, or something shaped like a hand, pale and thin, retreating into the blackness. Elise screamed. Adam dropped his flashlight into the pit, and for one brief second they saw what was inside. Faces. Dozens of faces, pressed into the dirt walls like they'd been swallowed alive. Mouths open, eyes wide, frozen in silent agony, and in the center, staring up at them, was a child's face. Fresh. Breathing. Its lips moved, but no sound came out. Then the light went out, swallowed whole. They ran. They didn't think, they just ran. Down the hall, down the stairs, out the door into the storm. They didn't stop until the house was nothing but a silhouette behind the rain. But when they reached the road, panting, drenched, something was wrong. Elise was gone. They hadn't heard her scream, hadn't seen her fall behind. She had been with them. Noah swore she had been with them. But when they turned back, she wasn't there. The house loomed, black windows watching, and for the first time none of them dared go back in. They left her. They left her behind. That night, Noah couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faces in the dirt, their mouths moving soundlessly. He heard the rocking chair creak, the music box hum. And underneath it all, he heard Elise's voice, faint, calling his name. By morning, Greystone buzzed with the news. Elise hadn't come home. Her parents had called the police. Search parties formed. But no one went near the Ashwood house. No one except Noah, Adam, and Marcy, who kept their mouths shut and said they'd last seen her walking home. But Noah couldn't keep quiet. Not when the whispers started in his room. Not when he saw shadows in his mirror that didn't belong to him. Not when he woke to find dirt under his fingernails and the faint sound of a child laughing under his bed. The house hadn't just taken Elise. It had followed them. And the worst part, that was only the beginning. Because Elise wasn't missing. She was still in the house. And every night, Noah could hear her closer. Noah didn't tell the truth for 6 days. Not when the police asked. Not when Elise's mother collapsed in the street. Not even when Adam showed up at his door with that look in his eyes. The one that said they were part of something now. Something no one else could see. But the house knew. And it wasn't done with them. The first sign came the day after Elise disappeared. Noah found a toy block on his pillow. Just one. Small and wooden, worn down at the corners. The letter E was carved into it, stained dark like something had bled into the grain. He lived alone in his room, his door locked, and yet the block was there, resting perfectly in the dip where his head had just been. He stared at it for a long time, trying to convince himself it had been a joke. But even as he tossed it into his drawer, he knew no one had put it there. No one except her, or whatever had taken her. He didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house made him flinch. Shadows shifted along the walls, even though the fan was off and the windows were closed. He kept seeing something just at the edge of his vision. A flicker of white fabric, long brown hair. He would turn his head fast, heart thudding, and find nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. That presence, watching, waiting, closer than it should be. On the third night, it spoke. He had just turned off the lights when he heard it. A soft voice, small and dry, like wind whispering through cracks in the wall. It said his name. Noah. He sat up fast, scanning the room. Nothing. Silence. But then it came again, clearer this time. Noah, I'm cold. It was Elise's voice. He knew it instantly. Not the way she had sounded when she cried in the house, not the scream that had echoed through the nursery. This was different. Younger, softer, the way she used to sound when they were kids playing in the woods behind school. Noah, please. It's dark. The voice came from beneath his bed. He didn't move for a long time. His legs locked in place, the sheets stuck to his skin with sweat. Every nerve told him not to look. Whatever was under there, it wasn't Elise. It sounded like her, yes. But there was something else in the voice. Something cold and sharp like broken glass under velvet. He whispered her name back, barely louder than his breath. The voice didn't answer, but something moved beneath the mattress. Slow, deliberate, scraping nails against the wood. Noah didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, he called Adam. He didn't talk about the voice. He just said they needed to meet, that something was wrong. Adam didn't argue. They met behind the high school, near the woods where no one went anymore. Noah expected him to look exhausted, maybe shaken, but what he saw chilled him deeper than anything else so far. Adam looked fine, too fine. His skin was pale, yes, but his eyes were bright, too bright. There was a strange calm to him, like someone who had just finished crying and felt relief. He smiled when Noah approached. You've seen her, haven't you? Adam asked. Noah stopped. What are you talking about? I heard her 2 nights ago. In my closet. Adam said it like he was sharing a memory. Not a nightmare. She said she's not dead, just lost. She said we can bring her back. Noah felt the blood leave his face. Adam leaned closer. We left her. But the house, it's not just a place, it's like a wound. She's stuck inside it, and we have to go back. Noah shook his head. No, we barely made it out. Adam smiled wider. That's what it wants you to think. But it didn't hurt us, not really. It showed us. It let us see. You're not making any sense. Marcy gets it. She's been seeing Elise too. We met last night. She says she dreamed the dirt again. Elise was reaching for her. Noah turned to leave, but Adam grabbed his arm tight. She's waiting for us. If we don't go back, she'll bring it here. That night, Noah bolted his door and slept with the light on. But it didn't matter. At 3:17 a.m., every bulb in his room burst at once. Glass rained down, darkness swallowed everything, and then the whispers came again. Noah, Noah, come back! You forgot me. He ran. Out the front door, into the street, barefoot and trembling. The sky was cloudless, but the moon felt wrong, like it was watching. Like it knew. He didn't stop running until he reached Marcy's house. Her bedroom light was on. He threw pebbles at the window until she opened it. Eyes wide, scared. She's in my house, Noah gasped. She's in the walls. Marcy let him in. Her hands were shaking, and her nails were dirty. Like she'd been digging. She didn't ask what happened. She didn't need to. She knew. She showed him what she'd found that day. On her mirror, written in something brown and smeared, were 5 words, I remember the dirt room. Noah stared at it, heart thundering. I didn't write it, Marcy whispered, but it's my handwriting. Neither of them spoke for a long time. That's when the knocking started. 3 slow knocks. From inside the closet. They stared at the door. It was shut. There was no breeze. No trees outside brushing the walls. But the knocking came again, 3 times. Then silence. And then, scratching. It didn't come from outside. It came from inside the room, from the baseboards. From behind the mirror. From beneath the floorboards. They left Marcy's house before sunrise. When they told Adam, he wasn't surprised. I think it's calling us, he said, staring into nothing. It's pulling itself through. Noah snapped. Through what? What are you even saying? Adam didn't blink. Through us. That was the first time Noah noticed the cut on Adam's wrist. Small. Straight. Almost surgical. And not alone. There were others, older, hidden beneath his sleeve. You're letting it in, Noah whispered. You're letting it use you. I'm letting her in, Adam replied, voice steady. She's trying to come back. This is just the way. Noah left. He didn't go home. He walked for hours, trying to convince himself they were all losing it, that this was guilt or grief or both. But when he reached his doorstep, he found the music box sitting on the mat. The one from the nursery. It was playing. He crushed it with his foot, kicked it into the street, and ran inside. But it was waiting for him. On his wall, in chalky handprints, were the same 5 words, I remember the dirt room. He scrubbed them off. He didn't sleep. By the next morning, Adam was gone. Vanished. His mother called the police. Friends searched the woods. But no one knew exactly where Adam had gone. Back to the house. Back to her. That evening, Marcy came to him. Her eyes were wild, her speech frantic. I saw him, she said. In the mirror, he was standing behind Elise. His eyes were gone. Noah packed a flashlight and a knife from the kitchen. He didn't tell his parents where he was going. He didn't care. The house had them now. If he didn't go back, it would come for him too. He and Marcy stood before the broken gate of the Ashwood house as the sun disappeared behind the trees. The front door was open. Waiting. The house hadn't changed, but it felt different, hungrier, its air colder, heavier. Inside, dust didn't move. It lay in thick sheets, undisturbed, as though the place hadn't been touched since they left. But Noah saw the footprints, fresh, pressed into the grime, leading up the stairs. The flashlight flickered. Marcy gripped his arm. They followed the prints, past the nursery, to the dirt room. The door was closed. Noah opened it slowly. The smell hit him first, worse now, thick like rot. The dirt pit was wider, deeper, and in the center was the music box. Whole again, playing. They stepped inside, and the door slammed shut. The flashlight died. Total darkness. Then a whisper, no, a second whisper, Marcy, and then, rising from the pit, came a face. Pale, child-like, but wrong. The eyes were too large. The mouth was too wide. It wasn't Elise, and had worn Elise, and now it wore Adam too. Behind it, the dirt pulsed. The walls moved. Faces shifted. Mouths opening, whispering in unison. Come down, come down, come down. And Noah knew they weren't trapped in a haunted house. They were standing on the edge of something far worse, something ancient, something that fed. And the house was just the skin. Noah didn't remember falling. Only the sensation of being pulled. Not gravity, something else. Something slow, deliberate, with fingers cold as ice sliding up his legs and around his chest. The moment the flashlight died, everything collapsed inward. The walls, the ceiling, even the air itself, all swallowed into that black pit in the dirt room. And in the center of it, the thing wearing Elise's face opened its mouth and reached for them with arms that weren't arms, that stretched too far and bent the wrong way. He and Marcy didn't scream. They couldn't. Their voices had vanished, trapped in their throats, like the light in the room. Noah tried to hold on to her, but her hand slipped from his, the last thing he saw before the blackness consumed everything. And then silence. A silence so heavy it pressed against his eardrums and made his teeth ache. Noah wasn't sure how long he was unconscious, or if he had been at all. Time didn't feel normal here. His thoughts stretched and snapped like taut wires. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on his back in a room that shouldn't exist. It wasn't the dirt room anymore. It was something deeper. A corridor stretched before him. Long, narrow, lined with doors on both sides. The walls were wooden, but not rotting like the rest of the house. They were smooth and polished, almost shining in the faint reddish glow that came from torches fixed to iron sconces. The flames burned without smoke, and the shadows they cast didn't behave the way shadows should. They moved. He sat up slowly, calling Marcy's name, his voice rasping like it hadn't been used in days. No answer. The air was too still, too quiet. Not dead, watching, listening. He could feel it pressing in from all sides. The first door on his left creaked open by itself. Noah stood, unsteady. His legs felt numb. His mind fuzzed with the kind of fear that made every step feel like walking through molasses. But he couldn't stay here. Something in him, a primal instinct that had no language, screamed that standing still would be worse. The door opened fully. Inside, he saw something impossible. It was his bedroom. Not a copy, not a hallucination. His bedroom. Down to the torn poster above the bed, the crack in the closet mirror, even the mug with dried tea beside the lamp. He stepped inside slowly, confused, and looked around, trying to make sense of it. Then the light turned off. He froze. When it came back on, the room had changed. The posters were rotting, curling at the edges like they'd been burned. The mirror was cracked deeper now, and in it he saw movement. His reflection smiling, but he wasn't. The bed sheets were stained with something dark, and the mug had teeth marks along the rim. He backed out quickly, heart slamming, only to find the hallway different, longer now. More doors, and the air heavier. Each door, it seemed, contained a memory, or a lie. He opened one at random and saw the school hallway, his locker, the flickering lights, the smell of cleaning bleach. But there was blood here. So much blood. On the floor, smeared across the walls. And at the end of the hallway, Elise stood, back turned, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. He didn't speak. He knew better now. Elise turned slowly. But it wasn't her. The face was wrong. Mouth too wide, eyes like burned holes. A sound came from her throat, something like breathing and laughter twisted together. Noah slammed the door before she could reach him. He turned and ran. The hallway stretched again, endlessly. Doors on either side kept opening as he passed, flashing glimpses of places he knew: his kitchen, the library, the woods behind the school, Marcy's basement, all warped, all broken, all wrong. And then he heard her, Marcy, screaming. He stopped instantly, chest heaving, trying to pinpoint the direction. It was close, but the sound echoed strangely, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. He called her name, but his voice fell flat, eaten by the corridor. He picked a door. Inside was the dirt room again, but not how it had been. The hole was gone. The floor was covered in that same strange red glow, and in the corner, curled up and shaking, was Marcy. He rushed to her, dropping to his knees. She didn't speak, just clung to him like a lifeline. Her eyes were wide, wild, full of something more than fear. Recognition. As if she'd seen too much. "He's here," she whispered against his shoulder. He's still here. Noah didn't ask who. He didn't need to. They tried to leave the room, but the hallway was gone. Now it was stairs, downward, always down. They descended slowly. Each step groaned beneath them. The red light followed. No torches now, just walls that glowed like living flesh. And on them, faces began to appear. Pressed into the wood. Some human, some not. All staring. All mouthing things silently. Noah didn't stop walking. He couldn't. When they reached the bottom, they were in a room like a chapel. Rows of broken pews, an altar at the far end. Candles lined the walls, their flames blue and cold. The air smelled like decay and something sweet, something that made Noah dizzy. Behind the altar stood a figure, tall, slender, wearing a mask that looked like a child's face carved from wood. It didn't move, didn't speak, until Noah stepped forward. Then it raised its hand and pointed at him, and whispered, "You left her." The voice wasn't loud, but it hit Noah like a blow to the chest. Marcy whimpered beside him, backing away. "You left her in the walls," the figure said again, "and she learned to live without light." Noah tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't work. "She doesn't remember your names," it continued, "but she remembers the way you ran, the sound of your shoes, the weight of your fear." Noah finally found his voice. "Where is she? Where's Elise?" The figure tilted its head. The mask didn't move. "You buried her," it said. "You fed her to the house." And then, as if summoned, the walls began to move. They shifted, bent inward, forming shapes, arms, torsos, faces. The chapel folded in on itself, the pews warping into roots that slithered across the floor. Behind them, the stairs were gone. Trapped, the floor beneath them cracked. A hand burst through, pale, wet, fingernails gone. Then another, then a head. Not Elise, not Adam, something older, boneless, crawling. Marcy screamed. Noah grabbed her hand and ran, but there was nowhere to run. The figure behind the altar stepped forward now, slow and deliberate. Its mask cracked as it moved, revealing dark, glistening skin underneath. Not a face, just a blank surface that pulsed like it was breathing. "I want you to see what she sees," it whispered. The walls burst. The room vanished. Darkness. Silence. Then Noah's childhood. He was 8, playing in the woods, building a fort. Elise was there, laughing, climbing trees. But then she vanished. In a blink. And when he turned to look, the forest was ash and the trees were bones. He blinked again. Now he was older, 12, at his grandfather's funeral. Elise stood behind him, though she hadn't been there. She whispered something. When he turned, her mouth was gone. More flashes. High school. The party. The dares. And the house. The same moment, over and over. Elise's scream. His feet on the stairs. The door slamming. Her hand slipping from his. Again. Again. Until he couldn't breathe. Until he couldn't tell which version was real. Then, stillness. Noah woke on the floor of the dirt room. The flashlight flickered beside him. Marcy was gone. He sat up slowly, head pounding. His shirt was torn. There were bruises on his arms that hadn't been there before. Dirt under his fingernails, blood on his neck. He wasn't alone. In the corner, curled and twitching, was something small. A child. It looked like Elise, but younger, maybe 7. Her back to him, rocking gently, humming. He spoke her name. She stopped humming, but didn't turn around. Then, in a voice that didn't belong to her, "You came back too late." The lights went out, and the door creaked open behind him. Noah didn't look back. The door behind him had opened with a long, groaning breath, as if the house itself had exhaled. He stepped through it blindly, refusing to glance at the child curled in the corner, the one that looked like Elise, but spoke like something much older, something that remembered what it was like to be buried alive. He didn't call for Marcy. Didn't speak at all. Not yet. His throat was raw, his head spinning. The corridor beyond the door was different again. No torches, no glowing walls. Just darkness, broken only by the failing flicker of his flashlight. But this time the dark felt colder, closer. It wasn't just absence of light anymore. It moved. It listened, and Noah had the sickening sense that it didn't just want him to see something. It wanted him to understand something. The walls were wet now, not with water, but something slicker, thicker. Blood? Oil? He didn't want to know. He pressed his palm to them once for balance and immediately yanked it back. There had been a heartbeat in the wall, a pulse beneath the surface. The house wasn't a house anymore. It was alive, and it had stopped pretending otherwise. He moved slowly, feet scuffing over something soft and irregular that he refused to identify. The air was growing warmer now, like breath against his neck. He turned corners without choice. There was no logic to the layout anymore. Doors vanished behind him. Windows showed only walls. And the whispering had started again, but not Elise's voice this time. This voice was many. A layered, murmuring chorus that slithered over his ears, too jumbled to pick apart. But every now and then one word would punch through the noise. Betrayer. You, still beating. Not enough. Feed it. Bring her back. Noah stumbled into a wider room, and the air shifted. He froze. It was a dining room, long table, candles, plates set neatly. Except everything was wrong. The plates were filled with teeth, tiny ones, child-sized, some still with dried blood. Knives lay beside each setting, but they were rusted, bent, and some had hair wrapped around the handles. A chandelier overhead spun slowly, though there was no draft, and the candles flickered like they were gasping for air. Seated at the table were figures, 7 of them. Not moving, not breathing. At first, he thought they were mannequins, until one turned its head, slow, crackling. It looked like Adam, but the skin was paper, thin, pale like old wax. His mouth was sewn shut, eyes weeping something dark. He didn't blink, just stared. Next to him, a woman with her head tilted at a violent angle. Marcy, maybe, but the jaw was broken wide open, and a second mouth grinned from her throat. The other figures were less recognizable, half-faced, half flesh, half bone. Some still moved, barely, fingers twitching, lips smacking soundlessly. One of them raised a hand and pointed at an empty chair near the end of the table. Noah backed away, heart pounding, vision blurring. Then the lights above him burst, all of them pitch dark, except for one candle, directly beside the empty chair. It flared brighter, and on the plate before it was something new, not teeth this time, a heart, still beating. He turned and ran. The whispers followed, now louder, now frantic. Cease T, sty, fidi, rarpient, bled, but he didn't stop. He tore through the dark until he crashed through another door, and this time, the light was natural, dim, gray, but real. It came from a broken window. Outside, dawn was beginning to crack across the sky. Faint light, hope. He'd found an exit. Noah didn't waste a second. He vaulted through the window, ignoring the glass that slashed his arms, ignoring the way the house shrieked behind him, a sound not meant for ears. A sound full of loss and rage and hunger. He hit the ground hard, rolled, got up, and ran. The air outside was cold and fresh and real. His legs burned, his lungs screamed. But he didn't stop until the Ashwood house was behind the tree line. Only then did he collapse to his knees. He was out. He was alive, but he wasn't alone. Beside him, a single block sat in the grass, wooden, the letter E carved into it, and not far from that, a shoe, Marcy's. He picked it up with shaking fingers. His stomach twisted. There was blood on the inside. He wanted to scream, but his voice wouldn't come. Instead, he stood slowly and walked, back to town, back to light, back to people. But every step he took felt like he was being watched. Every breath like someone else was taking it with him. By the time he reached his house, morning had broken. His parents were in the kitchen, stunned, confused, and crying when he walked in covered in dirt and blood. But they didn't ask questions. They called the police, again. This time, Noah talked. He told them everything. Or tried to. They didn't believe him. Not about the house. Not about Elise. Not about Adam. Not about Marcy. They said stress does strange things to the brain. That trauma can warp memory. That he needed rest, food, time. But that night, a detective showed up at his door. Detective Joanna Rye, mid-40s. Worn jacket, tired eyes. She didn't treat him like a child. She didn't treat him like he was crazy either. She just asked one thing, "Can you show me?" He didn't want to. But he couldn't say no. The next evening, they went back. Just the two of them. Rye brought a gun, a flashlight, a backup radio. They approached the Ashwood house just as the sun began to set. Noah could feel the house watching, waiting. There was no doubt in his mind. It knew he was back, and it was hungry. Rye went in first. Her flashlight scanned the entry hall. Dust, decay, silence. Normal. Too normal. Noah followed reluctantly, scanning for signs of movement. But the place was still, eerily so, as if it were pretending. He knew it well enough now to know when it was awake. The nursery was empty. The dirt room was just a room again. Floor solid. No hole, no faces. No blood. Rye turned to him, unimpressed. "This is it." He nodded hollowly. "You said it changes." "Shifts," she pressed. "Maybe it doesn't show itself unless it wants to." Noah didn't respond. She looked at him long and hard. "You're not crazy," she said quietly. "I've worked Greystone cases for 20 years. And I've seen things that don't make sense. This house, it's been in reports going back to the 1800s. People go missing around it. Lights are seen in windows. But the cops never go in. No one does." Noah swallowed. "Why not?" "Because they don't come out." She stepped closer to the dirt room and knelt, running her fingers along the floor. "That block you mentioned, with the E," she said, frowning. "My sister's name was Elise." Noah's blood ran cold. "She disappeared in this house," Rye said, "in 1993. He stared at her, stunned. "I was 9, she continued. "She was 15. My parents told me she ran away. But I remember that night. I remember the scream." Noah whispered, "It's the same one, isn't it?" Rye nodded, and then the floor groaned. Both of them froze. The walls creaked, not like old wood, like something breathing. The air shifted. The door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed the room. Rye pulled her flashlight. Nothing. Dead. She drew her gun, but the air around them was thick now, like water, and it was hard to move. Then the whisper came again, this time in a voice neither of them recognized. Elise, not a call, a chant, repeating, echoing, "Elise, Elise, Elise." And then came the thump. From below, a heartbeat. The floor pulsed beneath their feet. And slowly, from between the cracks in the wood, something began to seep up. Not dirt, hair, strands of long, wet, brown hair rising like weeds, spreading across the floor, twisting, tangling, then fingers, then a face, but not Elise's, and not alone. Dozens of hands reached through the floor now, clawing, grabbing. The room filled with the stench of rot and old blood. Noah and Rye backed into the corner, surrounded. The last thing Noah saw before the light disappeared entirely was the look on Rye's face. Not terror. Recognition. She whispered. It wasn't her voice. It never was. And the hands pulled them both into the floor. Noah couldn't scream. The moment the hands closed around his ankles, something sharp and cold slipped into his chest. Not pain exactly, something worse. A memory that didn't belong to him. He saw flashes, a dark sky, dirt raining into an open mouth, a voice repeating the same prayer until it snapped into laughter. Then silence, then black. When he woke, there was no floor beneath him. Only water. Freezing, black water that stretched endlessly in every direction, and, above him, the faint outline of a ceiling just out of reach. He couldn't feel his limbs, but he could feel the pressure. The water pushing in on him, from all sides like a coffin too small to fit. Shapes moved in the depths, slow and steady, watching. He tried to cry out, but his mouth was full, not with water, with dirt. It was packed into his throat like someone had tried to bury him alive. He gagged, twisted, kicked, his body finally his again. And just as he felt consciousness slipping, a hand broke the surface. It grabbed his wrist, pulled him up. He burst through the surface with a gasp so hard it tore at his lungs. He coughed up mud and bile, clawed at slick rock until he felt something solid beneath him. Somewhere behind, the water sloshed and moved, retreating like something unsatisfied. As though it had tasted him and found him unripe, he collapsed onto a stone floor, coughing, breathing, alive. But the silence was wrong again, deeper than before. It had a rhythm now, a pulse, like the heartbeat of something sleeping below his skin. And when he finally pushed himself up to his knees, he realized he wasn't alone. Rai lay a few feet away, soaked, pale, unmoving. "Rai," he rasped, crawling toward her. She didn't respond. He shook her gently, then harder. "Come on, wake up." Her eyes snapped open. And for a brief moment, just one fraction of a second, they weren't her eyes. They were black, hollow, reflecting a light that wasn't in the room. But then they changed, and she gasped, sitting upright, coughing hard. Noah stumbled back, heart hammering. "You saw it too," she whispered, wiping at her face with shaking hands. "You saw below." "What was that?" She didn't answer. She stood slowly, looking around. The chamber they were in was circular, ancient. Walls carved from stone, covered in symbols he didn't recognize. The air was damp and warm, and in the center of the room stood a well. Wide, rimmed in black stone, its surface perfectly still. Rai stepped toward it. "Wait," Noah said. "We need to find a way out." She ignored him. "The well," she murmured. "It wasn't always a well. It used to be a door. That's what they said." "Who?" "My sister, and the others, the ones who never left." Noah felt his mouth go dry. "You said Elise disappeared in 1993. She did. But that wasn't the first time this happened." She turned to him, her face hollow. "This house doesn't feed randomly. It chooses. Every generation, it takes a handful. Kids, mostly. Teenagers. They always vanish without a trace. And the town, Greystone, it forgets them, like they were never there. But I remembered. I kept remembering, even when no one else did." Noah stepped back. The well pulsed now, barely noticeable, like the ripple of breath through lungs. "I think it's waking up again," she said. "And I think we helped." Something cracked above them, stone grinding against stone. The ceiling shifted, and then they heard her. A voice, soft, distant, calling from somewhere above. Noah, his name. He looked up, and the ceiling peeled open. A thin slit of light appeared, just enough to show the shape of a figure standing above them. A girl, hair falling past her shoulders. Bare feet. "Elise," he breathed. Rai's hand shot out, gripping his arm. "Don't listen." But the girl was already climbing down. There was no ladder. She just moved, impossibly, arms twisting, joints bending. And as she lowered, Noah saw her eyes, not black, empty, completely white, as if the irises had been scrubbed out. Her feet hit the stone with a wet slap. She stood slowly. Her face, almost Elise's, close enough to make his breath catch, but not close enough to fool him anymore. She opened her mouth. "Noah, you left me." It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement, a fact. He stepped back again. "You're not Elise." The thing blinked. "She's still here. Somewhere inside. She cries a lot." Rai pulled her gun. "Get behind me." The creature turned its head to her, curious. "You brought the offering," it said. "The one who remembers." Rai fired. The shout echoed like a thunderclap. The creature didn't fall. Instead, it cracked. A fissure split down its neck, and black liquid oozed out like sap. Its face smiled, split, and two more eyes opened above the first. "You can't kill what's been fed," it said. And then the ground exploded. Hands again, dozens of them, ripped through the floor and grabbed Rai, yanking her down with terrifying speed. She screamed once before she vanished, swallowed by the stone. Noah stood frozen, breath hitched. The creature turned back to him, tilting its head in that sickening way Elise used to when she didn't understand something. "You belong to the house now," it said, "and the house belongs to it." He turned and ran, back through the corridor, back toward the dark. But it was changing again. The hallway turned into a forest, night sky above, trees taller than skyscrapers, and every one of them weeping, their bark cracked and bleeding, faces pressed into their trunks, children crying. He kept moving, ahead through the trees, A structure rose, familiar even from the back. The Ashwood house. It had followed him here. No matter where he went, it was always there. He burst through the rear door into the kitchen, his real kitchen. His parents sitting at the table, sipping coffee. He stared, confused. "Mom," he whispered. She looked up and smiled. "There you are. We were just talking about you." His father turned too. Same smile. Same empty, white eyes. He backed out, slamming the door. Into the hallway again. But it wasn't his house anymore. It wasn't any house. It was a hospital corridor now. White walls. Fluorescent lights. The air smelled of bleach and something burning. He walked shaking until he saw a name on a door. Elise M. Right, 1993. He pushed it open. Inside, a hospital bed. A girl lying motionless, monitors flatlined, tubes unplugged, her face turned toward him. Elise. The real Elise. Mouth open in a silent scream. Then the room shattered. Glass, light, sound. All gone. He was back in the pit. Alone. Except for the well. It was open now. And something was rising. Noah backed away slowly, breathing hard. But he knew it didn't matter. There was no escape. The house didn't let people go. Not when they were part of it now. Something moved inside the well. Not climbing. Swimming. A shape, massive and coiled, circling the pit like a shark. He couldn't see it clearly. Just glimpses, slick skin, glinting eyes, teeth that didn't stop, and something worse, a sense of age. This wasn't new. It had been here long before Greystone, long before Ashwood Hill. The creature paused at the bottom of the well, then looked up, right at him. Noah closed his eyes and jumped. There was no impact. Noah had braced for pain, for bone-snapping force, or the crush of darkness closing around him. But when he jumped into the well, there was nothing. No fall, no drop, just a moment of stillness and then a quiet snap, like a candle wick catching fire. And suddenly, he was standing. Not falling. Not dead. Just standing, barefoot on a floor of cold stone, breath fogging in air that shouldn't have been cold. The world around him was dim. A constant twilight pressing in from nowhere and everywhere. There were no walls here, no sky above. Only a vast expanse of fog and stone. The silence was so complete it roared in his ears. This was not a place. This was between places. And he wasn't alone. Shadows shifted in the distance. But not with footsteps. There was no sound. They simply moved. Shapes walked and twisted. Half-formed things that looked human until they got too close. Faces that never settled. Limbs that bent backward. Bodies that flickered in and out like broken film. They didn't look at him. They didn't need to, because they already knew he was there. He turned in a slow circle, trying to find an edge, a sign, anything that might mean escape. But everything repeated. Every step he took landed him back where he started. A prison made of endless horizon and the dull smell of stone and old metal. And still, always the sense of being watched. Not from afar. From below, the floor vibrated. A pulse. Like something breathing under his feet. Then, distant but rising, he heard it again. That voice. Noah! But it wasn't Elise this time. This voice was deeper. Older. Cracked like a dry mouth that hadn't spoken in centuries. It stretched his name like it was testing the sound. He spun toward it, heart racing. And there, in the fog, something moved. Huge. Slow. Steady. The fog peeled back to reveal a figure that looked like it had been stitched together from memories. A towering shape in a tattered, black funeral suit. Its skin was mottled, flesh from different people, different shades, sewn crudely across a frame far too tall. Its head was featureless, blank, save for a single vertical slit down the center of its face, sealed with rusted wire. As it stepped forward, chains rattled from its limbs. Dragging along the stone with soft, metallic groans, it pointed at Noah, and the slit in its face tore open, spilling a whisper. "You saw her." Noah staggered back. "Who are you?" he shouted. "What is this place?" The figure moved closer, gliding rather than walking. "She does not belong. You do not belong. The house was not for you." The ground trembled. Noah took another step back, and his foot caught something soft. He He looked down. Hair. Long brown, matted with blood. He dropped to his knees. It was Marcy. Her eyes were closed, her body twisted, her face pale and lifeless. No, he whispered, hands trembling. No, 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 she was dead. But her mouth moved, just barely. A whisper, one word, run. The figure reached out its hand. Noah stood and bolted. He didn't know where he was going. There was no direction, but he ran, and the space bent. The fog changed. The floor tilted. The world cracked and reformed with every step. Suddenly, he was in his school hallway again. But it was wrong. The walls bled from the lockers. The tiles shifted under his feet like tongues, and the whispers, always the whispers, followed him. Then he was in his bedroom, then the woods, then the nursery. Each space folding into the next, like someone flipping through memories to find the one that hurt the most. Until finally, he stopped. Because in front of him was Elise. The real Elise. She was crouched in the corner of the dirt room, eyes sunken but alive, skin streaked with filth, her hands raw from clawing at the ground. She looked up when he entered, recognition flickering. Noah, she rasped. He froze. Elise. She crawled toward him, weak, shaking. You came back. He fell to his knees and held her, not caring if this was a trick or trap or something worse. Her skin was real. Her sobs were warm. She shook in his arms like she hadn't been touched in years. Where have you been? He asked. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. They buried me, she whispered. I woke up in the walls. I screamed, but it was like no one could hear. Time didn't work. I lived in loops. Sometimes I was in the nursery, sometimes in the well. Sometimes. She trailed off, shaking her head violently. I'm not all here. Part of me never made it back. He pulled her tighter. We're getting out. Together. But even as he said it, he felt the shift. The cold wind. The scent of wet soil. The house knew. You can't take her, said a voice from behind him. He turned. The stitched man was back. But this time, it wasn't alone. Adam stood beside it, or what was left of Adam. His skin was cracked like old leather, eyes sunken, one arm longer than the other. His mouth smiled, but it wasn't him. Not anymore. She's part of it now, Adam said, like me, like all of us. Elise clung to Noah. Don't listen. Why are you doing this? Noah shouted at the stitched thing. What is this place? The thing stepped forward, lifting its chained arm. The well was made long ago, before this land had a name, before your town, before the blood. Elise trembled. It feeds. It dreams, the stitched man added. It dreams through us, through the house, through the walls. Noah shook his head. We're leaving. The stitched man laughed, low and wet. No, he said. You're becoming. The floor cracked beneath Noah and Elise. Hands reached again. Clawed, broken, trembling hands. They tried to grab Elise, but she screamed and kicked, crawling away. Noah grabbed a rock from the floor, sharp, edged, heavy, and slammed it down on the nearest hand. Bones snapped. Blood sprayed black. The others retreated, hissing. Adam stepped forward, grinning wider. You'll only make it worse. Noah turned to Elise. Can you run? She nodded. He stood and grabbed her hand. They ran. The stitched man howled behind them. The fog shattered like glass. The world bent. Doors flew open all around them. Bedrooms, basements, memories that weren't theirs. But one stood out. A wooden door. The original door. The front door of the Ashwood house. Noah didn't hesitate. He and Elise crashed through it, and woke up in the grass outside. It was morning. Birds chirped. The Ashwood house stood silent behind them, windows still broken, roof still sagging, like nothing had ever happened. They sat in the grass for a long time, gasping, bleeding, laughing. Just alive. Just free. But then Noah looked at Elise. Really looked. Her reflection in his watch face didn't move when she did. Her shadow bent the wrong way. And when she turned to him and smiled, her teeth were too sharp. Noah didn't sleep. Not that night. Not the one after. For 2 days, he sat in his room with the curtains drawn and the door locked, watching Elise from the corner of his eye. She didn't talk much. She barely moved. just sat on the edge of his bed, her posture perfect, her hands folded in her lap like she was waiting for something. Like a child rehearsing obedience for a parent she feared. When she blinked, it was too slow. When she smiled, it lingered too long. And when she breathed, it never matched the rise and fall of her chest. The longer he watched her, the more convinced he became that Elise, the real Elise, had never made it out of the house. Not completely. It was the little things at first. The way she flinched when the microwave beeped. The way she stared at the family photos in the hallway like they were foreign, like she didn't understand what they meant. When his mother hugged her, she stood limp, didn't return the embrace, didn't even blink. Noah wanted to believe it was trauma shock. He wanted to believe she just needed time. But then came the third night. He woke to the sound of whispering, not outside his room, inside it. He sat up, heart pounding, ears straining. It was faint, like someone mumbling underwater. He turned toward Elise, who still sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the dark window. Her lips weren't moving, but the whispering was still there. He stood slowly, walked over. "Elise," he whispered. She didn't respond. He reached for her shoulder. The moment his hand touched her, her head snapped around, her eyes, wide, unblinking, locked onto his. And she said, in a voice that was a perfect match for his own, "She's still inside." "I'm just the skin." He stumbled back, hit the dresser. The whispering stopped. Elise blinked, slowly, and tilted her head like a confused bird. Then she smiled. "I'm thirsty," she said sweetly. "Do you have apple juice?" Noah didn't answer. He didn't move. She stood and left the room. Her footsteps didn't match the sound they made. And when the door closed behind her, he collapsed to the floor, hands shaking. Whatever had followed him out of the house, it was wearing Elise like a mask. That morning, he made a decision. He would go back, alone. He had to know what was real. If Elise was still in there, somehow, if a part of her remained, then maybe he could find it. Maybe he could fix it. Or maybe, if nothing else, he could at least bury whatever that thing was that followed him. He packed lightly. Flashlight, rope, batteries, lighter, kitchen knife. He didn't bother telling anyone. Not his parents. Not Elise. Especially not Elise. When he stepped outside, she was already standing at the end of the driveway. As if she'd been waiting. Her face was blank. Going somewhere. He forced a smile. "Walk." She nodded. "Can I come?" No. She didn't push it. Just stared at him until he was halfway down the block. Then, without a word, she turned and went back inside. But she watched him through the upstairs window until he disappeared. He felt her eyes for another mile. The Ashwood house looked the same. It always did. Nothing about it ever decayed, not fully. The windows still gaped like open mouths. The ivy still wrapped around the walls like veins. But the air around it had thickened. Stilled. It didn't feel haunted anymore. It felt occupied. He didn't hesitate. He climbed the steps, opened the door, and stepped into the dark. And immediately he heard her. Noah. It was Elise's voice, not the thing's voice. Her voice. Close. "Noah, it's not over. I never left." He followed the sound. The house didn't fight him this time. It let him in. It wanted him back. He passed through rooms that looked familiar but changed. The nursery now had handprints all over the walls, tiny ones, too many to count. The dirt room smelled worse, like the inside of something dead. And beneath it all, that low hum, a heartbeat, not his. He reached the basement door. It opened before he touched it. Stairs descended into dark, but this time there was no red glow. No illusions, no shifting hallways. Just depth, endless and waiting. He took the first step, then the second, then the rest. At the bottom the well stood open. The stone was cracked now, split with veins of black that pulsed faintly. Around the base, symbols had been carved deeper, fresh gouges in the rock, and on the far wall, written in blood that hadn't dried WEDUEV, Gu Arn. Noah walked to the edge and peered down. This time, the water was gone. Only darkness. He didn't jump. He climbed. Using the rope he brought, he slid down into the black, heart hammering, breathing shallow. The walls of the well were warm, soft in places, like flesh. And about halfway down he heard her again. Elise, she was sobbing. Noah, please. Then laughter. The other voice, mocking. You can't save what doesn't want to leave. He reached the bottom. This time, it wasn't stone. It was dirt, cold and wet and thick. A tunnel stretched ahead, low and narrow. He crawled. Felt the earth pressing in on all sides. Heard breathing, not his own. And then the tunnel opened into a wide chamber. He almost screamed. It was full of people. Hundreds. Standing still, faces familiar. Townspeople, friends, children, adults. All standing in the dark, eyes closed, breathing slowly, like they were waiting. Marcy was there. Her eyes were open, but empty. She turned to him and smiled. We remember now. Noah backed away. Elise, he called. The chamber trembled, and in the far corner, chained to the wall, her back to him, was her, the real Elise. Thin, filthy, barely alive. He ran to her. She looked up slowly, tears in her eyes. It's you, I'm here, he said, cutting the chains. I'm getting you out. She shook her head. You can't. It knows. Behind them, the crowd began to move. All at once, they didn't speak. They didn't shout. They breathed. Together, one single inhale, one exhale, like lungs in a shared body, and the house shuddered. The stitched man emerged from the crowd, taller now, bent in half to fit the chamber. Its arms dragged across the dirt. You took her from us, it said. Now we take you. Noah lifted Elise into his arms and ran. The tunnel narrowed, the ceiling falling. Voices screamed around him. Hands clawed from the walls. But he didn't stop. He climbed. Up the rope. One hand, then the other. The well mouth above him. Closer. Almost there. Then something grabbed his leg. He kicked. Screamed. Light above. A figure. A hand reaching down. Not the stitched man. A child. A girl. Elise. But not the one in his arms. Another version. Smiling. White-eyed. I'll see you soon, she whispered. He broke free. Crawled over the edge. Collapsed in the basement. Elise. His Elise. Still breathing in his arms. But something followed them up. And it was smiling. They didn't speak on the way back. Noah carried Elise in his arms through the hollow shell of the Ashwood house, each step echoing against walls that now seemed quieter than before. Quieter in the way a forest goes silent before something steps out from the trees. The silence wasn't peace. It was patience. She clung to him, weak but conscious, whispering to herself in a language that barely sounded human anymore. He didn't ask what it was. He wasn't sure she knew. Outside, the sky had begun to change. The moon, bloated and too close, hung behind thick clouds like a pale, lidless eye. The air was thick with static, the kind that made the hairs on your arms stand and the back of your teeth itch. He kept his head down and didn't look back at the house, not even once. At home, his parents stared at them as though seeing ghosts. Elise was covered in dirt, blood, and dried black streaks that no one could identify. Noah's eyes were sunken, red, his arms scraped raw from the climb out. His father reached for the phone, 911, but Noah stopped him. Don't, he said. No one can help us now. His mother asked what happened. He told her Elise had been found in the woods, lost and dehydrated, confused. That she needed rest, that they both did. They didn't question it, because parents want to believe their children, even when they shouldn't. That night, Noah sat by Elise's side as she slept, watching the rise and fall of her chest. It was real now, rhythmic. Her skin, though pale, had warmth again. Her lips moved in her sleep, whispering things he couldn't make out. But her face no longer wore that stretched, wrong smile. This time, she had come back with something missing, not something extra. And that, he thought, might be the only hope left. The house hadn't followed them home. Not physically, but its shadow had. It showed in the way lights dimmed when Noah walked under them, in the sound of footsteps on the stairs when no one else was awake, in the strange static that danced across the radio always at 3:33 a.m., whispering his name. He heard the dirt calling in his dreams. But it wasn't just dreams anymore, because when he woke the next morning, the soles of his feet were caked in wet soil, and there were fingernail scratches under his bed. He didn't tell Elise. She was recovering, slowly. She ate little, slept often, and kept asking questions that made his blood run cold. What year is it? What's the name of the president? What happened to your eye? He didn't have an injury, not yet. But 3 nights later, he did. He woke with blood on his pillow. A deep gouge beneath his left eye, like something had tried to dig through his skin while he slept. Elise was gone from the bed. He found her standing in the hallway, barefoot, still, facing the front door. "Elise," he whispered. She didn't turn. "They don't want me to leave again," she said. Her voice was hers, but flat, almost like reciting a line she didn't understand. "They said if I try, they'll take you next." Noah approached slowly. "Elise, you're safe now. You're with me." She turned and her eyes were wrong again, not glowing, not monstrous, but empty, as if she were hollow inside and the voice coming out of her was echoing off a vacant place that had once held her soul. "I don't think they ever let me go," she said. Then she collapsed. He carried her back to bed, trembling. The next day, the phones stopped working. No calls, no signal. Just static. The TV cut to snow. The radio blared white noise at every station. And outside, the air smelled like a storm that would never break. The town was changing. Greystone was being rewritten. He biked to Adam's house, desperate for answers, even hope. But Adam's family was gone. Not just missing, erased. Furniture covered in sheets. Food long rotted in the fridge. No signs of life. No records. Not even a family photo. As if they had never lived there. Noah stood in the middle of Adam's empty bedroom. The bed still made, the floor clean, and knew the house had reached out. It wasn't just a place anymore. It was a wound, and it had opened too far. He returned home to find Elise waiting on the front porch. She looked better, stronger. Her skin had color again. Her eyes held focus. "I remembered something," she said before he could speak. "About the well." He sat beside her. "I didn't fall," she said. "I was called." That voice, it sounded like mine. Younger, it told me to follow. That there was something waiting for me at the bottom. A gift, Noah asked. She nodded slowly. But it was a trick. The gift was forgetting who I was. Noah watched the sky. The clouds didn't move. The birds had vanished. The streetlights had begun flickering again, even though it was daylight. "We need to go back," she said. "Not to run. Not to save me. But to stop it." "How?" Noah asked, barely able to get the word out. "We don't even know what it is." She met his eyes. "Yes, we do. We've always known. It's just been waiting for us to say it out loud." He said nothing. But inside he knew she was right. That night they packed again. Only this time, Elise led. Noah followed her to the Ashwood house under a blood-red moon that pulsed like it was part of something alive. The street was empty, silent. The houses lining the road looked abandoned. But from their windows, he felt the eyes watching. The town wasn't asleep, it was listening. When they reached the porch, Elise placed her hand on the door. "I remember now," she said. "Before the house there was something under it, something buried, something brought here. Not built, not born, planted, like a seed. A seed of what?" She looked at him. Her eyes were her own. Of hunger. The door creaked open, and the house welcomed them home. The air inside the house was warmer this time. Not the warmth of comfort or familiarity, not even the warmth of fire. It was the heat of breath. A slow, deep exhale that filled the halls with the scent of damp wood and something metallic, like rusted chains or blood long dried. Noah stepped through the doorway behind Elise, and the house responded with a low groan, like a beast rousing from sleep. The floor creaked beneath their feet, not in protest, but in recognition, as if it remembered them, as if it had been waiting. Elise didn't hesitate. She walked forward, steady, eyes fixed on the path ahead, hands curled into fists at her sides. Noah followed, heart pounding, scanning the walls as they passed. Same peeling wallpaper, same water, stained ceiling. But it all looked sharper now. More present. The corners of the house that had once faded into shadow were now clearer than they had ever been, lit by no light he could name. Every crack, every scar in the wood seemed to shimmer faintly. The house wasn't just alive. It was aware. They passed the nursery first. The rocking chair still sat in the corner, swaying gently, though the air was still. The music box on the floor had rewound itself, playing that slow, warped lullaby on a loop. Noah's skin crawled as he stepped past the doorway and felt something brush the back of his neck. Cold, soft, and unseen. He didn't turn around. He knew better now. The dirt room was ahead. Elise stopped just before the door. She looked at him, and for a moment. She looked like she had the first day he found her again. Tired, thin, eyes wide with something deeper than fear. This time, she said, "We don't go down to escape. We go down to finish it." Noah nodded. "What's waiting for us?" She hesitated. Then the first one. He didn't ask what that meant. Part of him didn't want to know. The door opened with a slow sigh. Inside, the dirt floor had changed again. It was no longer flat. In its center, where the well had stood, was now a spiral of bones, arms, legs, ribs, all fused together into a perfect, twisting staircase that descended into the earth like a corkscrew. The edges of the room breathed, rising and falling with invisible lungs. "Don't step off the path," Elise said softly. They began their descent. Each step creaked underfoot. The bones didn't crack or splinter, but pulsed faintly with a warmth that turned Noah's stomach. As they moved downward, the walls around them changed. Dirt gave way to carved stone, then to something darker, black, almost oily, with lines etched deep into its surface. Symbols. Not writing, not really. Shapes that hurt to look at. They spiraled down for minutes, maybe hours. Time folded strangely in this place. At last, the stairs ended in a massive cavern. The ceiling stretched so far above them that the light from their flashlights couldn't reach it. Pillars of bone rose from the ground to vanish into the dark, wrapped in vines that shimmered like veins. Pools of black water dotted the floor, and from somewhere in the distance came a sound like breathing made of stone. At the center of the chamber was a tree. It shouldn't have been possible, but there it was, huge, gnarled, blackened, its roots embedded into the very bones of the earth. Its bark was slick with something that gleamed in the dark. Hanging from its branches were dozens of things, not fruits, but figures, people, children, adults. Some looked fresh. Some were mummified, skin like paper stretched over brittle bone. All were hanging by their feet, mouths sewn shut, eyes wide open. And worse, some of them moved. Noah froze. "This is where it grows," Elise whispered beside him. "Where it's fed." "What is it?" he asked. Voice barely above a breath, she pointed to the base of the tree. A figure sat beneath it unmoving. At first, it looked like stone, a statue of something ancient and broken. But then it lifted its head, slowly, deliberately. Its face was a patchwork of others, features overlapping like melted wax, eyes that blinked out of sync, a mouth that opened horizontally. It wore no clothes. Its skin was covered in writing, cut into the flesh in deep, symmetrical patterns. It smiled when it saw them. "You made it," it rasped. The voice came from all directions, the walls, the floor. Inside their own skulls, Elise took a step forward. "We came to end it." The creature laughed. It didn't sound like laughter. It sounded like splintering wood soaked in water. "And me," it said. "You already began me. You were always part of this, always meant to return. The house was just my mouth. You were the meal." Noah gritted his teeth. "You're the one that took the others." "I offered them release," the thing whispered. "A place where memory has no weight, where pain becomes root. I freed them." Elise's hands began to shake. "You lied to me. You wore my voice." "I remembered you," it said, standing now, towering, taller than the tree behind it. And now I become you. It raised one long, broken, fingered hand. The hanging bodies stirred, mouths opened, stitches ripping, and they screamed. Not words, memory. Noah heard his mother calling him in for dinner, heard the first time he met Elise, the sound of Adam laughing, Marcy crying, his grandfather's funeral, his 6th birthday, the first time he saw the house on Ashwood Hill. Every scream was a stolen memory forced into the open. He dropped to his knees, hands over his ears, but it didn't matter. It wasn't sound. It was injection, flooding his brain. Elise stepped forward. She pulled the knife from her belt and held it out, not at the creature, but at herself. "If I bleed," she said, "will it feed you?" The creature paused. "You are already mine." "Then let me go." She cut her palm. The blood dripped, black and thick. The tree shivered, and something inside it moved. A second creature began to tear free from the trunk, wet and howling. A twin to the first. But this one had only one face. Elise's face. It opened its mouth and screamed her name. Noah stood, reached for the lighter in his pocket, snapped it on. The flame was tiny, useless, unless it found something. Elise looked at him, eyes wide. The roots. Noah ran to the base of the tree. The roots were thick, gnarled, soaked in black fluid. He pressed the lighter to them. Nothing. Then he remembered. His bag. The bottle of rubbing alcohol he had brought. Meant for wounds. He poured it. Lit the flame. The roots ignited. The scream that followed was not human. It was old, furious, shaking the cavern like a quake. The creature reeled back, its skin blistering. The hanging bodies began to fall, crashing to the ground with wet thuds. Elise dropped to her knees. "Noah, it's burning." The twin thing screamed again and lunged. Noah tackled Elise out of the way. The creature slammed into the ground where they had just been, writhing, shrieking. It clutched its face, her face, its skin melting, sloughing off in chunks. The tree split down the center, and the light poured in, not sunlight, but memory, flooding the chamber. The carvings glowed, the ground cracked, and the creatures, they ran, or tried to, but the tree was falling, and with it came all of them. The scream turned to a low, gurgling whisper, and then silence. Real silence. For the first time since the beginning, they emerged from the house just before dawn. Smoke rose from the chimney, not black, white, harmless. The birds had returned. The sky was blue again, and when Noah looked at Elise, her eyes were hers, and her smile, small, but real. The quiet didn't last. It never really does. For a few days, Greystone seemed to return to itself. The air grew lighter. The static left the radio. People on the street smiled again, though none of them could quite explain why they'd felt so uneasy lately, or why they suddenly felt better. The children stopped having nightmares. The leaves on Ashwood Hill turned gold with early fall, and the sky stayed blue for more than a day. It was as if something had finally let go. Noah knew better. The house didn't burn. He realized that the morning after they emerged. He walked past it on his way back from the store and saw it standing there, unchanged. Windows broken, ivy crawling, roof sagging, but untouched by fire. No smoke stains, no ash, no sign of the cavern beneath or the tree they had watched crumble into memory. The door was shut, like always, waiting. He never told Elise. She smiled more now. Ate full meals, sat in the sun and read books like nothing had ever happened. Her skin had color again. Her voice was her own. But Noah watched her sleep, and sometimes, when the moon was high, he saw her lips moving silently, whispering words that had no meaning, in a rhythm that reminded him of something buried, something rooted. On the 5th day, the sky cracked. Not visibly. There were no clouds torn open, no lightning bolts. But something shifted, a deep tone in the wind, a pressure behind the eyes. The kind of change that dogs notice before a storm, when they go quiet and hide under beds. The birds left again, and the house unlocked itself. Noah knew, because that night, the front door was open. Just slightly. Not wide enough to be an invitation, but not closed enough to be a denial, just enough to be noticed. He stood across the street for nearly an hour staring at it, and then he saw someone walk in. Not Elise, not Marcy, not Adam, a stranger. No, it didn't move, didn't call out. Just watched the figure step through the door as if sleepwalking. And the moment they disappeared inside, the door clicked shut behind them. He waited. The stranger never came back out. The next morning, he returned, not to the house, but to the library. He had questions now, ones that weren't about Elise or his own nightmares. He wanted to know about the town, the land, before Ashwood, before Greystone, before any of it had a name. And what he found was nothing, almost nothing. There were records, yes, history books, old maps, property deeds. But everything before 1890 was missing. Burned in a fire, the archive claimed. A fire that no one seemed to remember. A fire that destroyed only the records tied to that specific hill. It didn't make sense. Even stranger, the town census data was inconsistent. Entire families that appeared in one decade and vanished in the next. No obituary, no funeral, no mention. Just gone, like they'd been eaten. Noah checked the address log. Ashwood House had once belonged to a family named Cresswell. 3 names, all children. No parents listed. The last recorded resident, Elise M. Cresswell. His breath stopped. He read it again. Elise had never mentioned a different last name. In school, she had gone by Elise Rye, but here on a document dated 1891 was her full name. Elise Mary Cresswell, age 14, deceased. The signature at the bottom had faded, but he could still make out the symbol beside it. A spiral, like the one made of bones in the dirt room. He ran home. Elise was in the backyard, sitting under a tree, drawing in a notebook. She looked up and smiled. "You're pale." He didn't answer. "What is your last name?" he asked, quietly. She blinked, confused. "Rye. Your full name?" "Elise Mary Rye." Her smile faltered. "Why? Did you ever live in the Ashwood house before?" She tilted her head. "No. Not even a long time ago." "Noah, what's wrong with you?" He didn't know how to say it. How to explain that she had lived there once, more than a century ago. That the town had buried the record like a wound. That her name was carved into paper before she was ever born. Unless she hadn't been. Unless this Elise wasn't the first. She stood and walked to him, placing her hands on his shoulders. "Whatever you think you saw, it's over. We ended it." He wanted to believe her. He almost did. But that night, he opened her notebook and found something he couldn't ignore. Page after page of the same drawing, a tree made of bones, roots wrapped around faces, hanging bodies, all with their mouths sewn shut. But the last page was different. It showed a spiral, inked in red, and beneath it a sentence, "I'm not the first. I'm just the one that stayed." Noah didn't sleep again. Instead, he packed his bag, and before dawn he returned to the house. This time, the door was wide open. The halls were empty. The stairs creaked as he walked. The nursery was gone. So was the dirt room. Now the house was something else entirely. It had rearranged itself for him. The walls pulsed. The floor shifted with each step. The wallpaper peeled into shapes that looked like eyes. Somewhere deep below, a heartbeat began to rise. He followed it, not because he wanted to, but because there was nowhere else left to go. The stairs didn't end. Noah had counted them once. On the second night he'd been inside the Ashwood house. 42 steps from the main floor to the basement. 42 slow, creaking drops into the dark. But this time he passed 42, then 60, then 70. They never turned, just continued straight down, like the house had grown its own throat, swallowing him in one long inhale. The wood beneath his feet shifted with each step, becoming less like boards and more like ribs. Long, curved, smooth in places, jagged in others. And the walls around him breathed again. Not metaphorically, he saw them contract, expand. Damp with moisture, warm with blood. The Ashwood house had evolved. Or worse, it had shed its disguise. He didn't remember falling asleep, but when he opened his eyes, he was lying at the base of the staircase, staring up at a ceiling that pulsed like the inside of a lung. The air was humid, thick, cloying. Something warm dripped onto his cheek. When he wiped it away, his hand came back red. Not blood. Sap. Black tar like sap. He stood slowly. His body ached like he'd been sleeping on stone for hours. The flashlight in his bag was dead again, of course. He pulled out the lighter. The flame sputtered once, then held. He was underground, but not beneath the basement. This was something deeper, older. The walls were stone, but not carved. They looked melted, folded, like they had once been something else, something living, and were now hardened in death. A low hum came from beneath the floor, vibrating through his shoes, up his spine. It felt like a voice he couldn't hear yet, only feel. And then, he wasn't alone. At first, the figure looked like Elise. She stepped out from a fissure in the wall, her face half lit by the flame, her eyes soft and sad. She didn't speak, just held out a hand. Noah didn't take it. She frowned, and her skin rippled. Not a twitch, a shift. Her hair pulled back into her skull. Her eyes moved, literally rotated in her sockets, and her mouth widened, too wide, splitting into something not made for words. And when she spoke, it wasn't sound. It was memory. Noah staggered. He was on a swing. His mother was laughing. He was 5. Then he was in the woods behind school. Marcy dared him to kiss Elise. He didn't. Then he was in the house again. Watching Adam vanish into the floor, screaming, he dropped to his knees. The figure that used to look like Elise leaned closer. "You brought it back," it said, voice layered with echoes of every person he'd ever lost. "You called it up, you tore the skin. And now it remembers." Noah looked up. What is it?" "The town," it whispered. He shook his head. "No. The town's above. It's out there." "The town is a mask," the thing said, a face painted over rot. "Every generation, it leaks. A little more each time. A voice, a house, a child who vanishes. You were never meant to survive. You were meant to wake it." Noah backed away. The figure didn't follow. Instead, it peeled itself apart, split down the middle like wet bark, and inside was another version of Elise. Smaller, thinner, pale, eyes closed, floating in a sack of clear fluid, suspended, preserved. The figure whispered, "You saved the wrong one." Noah turned and ran. The tunnels bent around him, reshaping, guiding him downward. Not a maze, but a path, and at the end of it a door, massive, stone, covered in handprints, hundreds of them, children's hands, adults, some with fingers missing, some burned into the stone, all pressing outward. Carved into the stone above it, in perfect symmetry, was a spiral. Noah placed his hand on the door. The stone felt warm. It opened inward. The room beyond wasn't a room. It was a chamber of birth, organic, pulsing. The walls were alive, and in the center was the root. Not a tree, a spine, curved, huge, blackened with age and soot, buried into the floor. Veins of light ran through it, glowing dimly with the rhythm of breath. The source, and coiled around it asleep, or pretending to be. Was it the first one? Not a monster, not a ghost. A child, small, hairless, eyes closed, floating inches off the ground, wrapped in long, black cords that pulsed like arteries. It looked harmless. But Noah knew, instantly, this was the thing that had whispered to Elise, that had stitched itself into the bones of the house, that had waited for someone like him to open the door. It was older than the house, older than the land, a seed planted in a womb, and he had watered it. It opened its eyes. They were pitch black, not dark, empty, no iris, no pupil, just void. It smiled, and in that smile, Noah felt every memory he'd ever tried to bury begin to rise. The things he'd done, the things he hadn't, the way he'd run when Elise first screamed, the way he hesitated before going back. "You," it said, "are ready." He reached for the lighter, but it flickered out. The darkness swallowed him whole. He woke in his bed. Sunlight through the window. Birds singing. Elise beside him, still asleep. For a moment, he thought it had been a dream, until he stood and saw his hands, covered in sap, and under his fingernails, dirt. No, didn't move for hours. He sat on the edge of his bed, with the sunlight painting lines across the floor, listening to the birds chirp outside the window and watching Elise breathe. The sap on his hands had hardened into a thin, black crust. His fingernails were still packed with dirt, and no matter how many times he ran to the bathroom and scrubbed them raw, it wouldn't come out. It was under the skin now. In the mirror, his reflection looked off. The shape was right, the eyes were his. But there was something wrong in the way it moved. Just half a second too slow, like the body remembered what to do, but the memory had lagged. He would blink, and it would blink a moment later. He would lift his hand, and it would follow, just slightly behind. When he leaned closer, it smiled first. He stopped looking after that. Back in his room, Elise was awake. She sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at him with a softness that felt foreign now. For a long time, she didn't say anything. "You went back," she said. He didn't respond. "Did it show you?" He nodded slowly. "I saw the root. The thing beneath it all. It was a child." Her lips twitched. Not quite a smile. Not quite anything. "It always is. What does that mean?" She looked away. Out the window. You can't make someone remember something that never happened, but you can make them think they forgot. That's what it does. "What is it?" he asked. "Really?" She was quiet for a moment. "Then it's not a demon. It's not a ghost. It's not even evil. It's just old. So old that it stopped being a thing and became a place. A process. It doesn't want to hurt us. Not really." He scoffed. "That's rich, considering what it's done." She turned back to him, her expression suddenly flat. "It only takes what we let it. You know that." Noah's mouth went dry. "I didn't let it take anything." Her head tilted. "Didn't you?" He stood up sharply. "You're not Elise." "I never said I was." The room dropped 5 degrees. Her smile didn't change. "But I'm close," she whispered. He backed away, reaching for the door. "Where is she?" "Still in the house," she said. She wanted to stay. She thought if she could keep it dreaming, it wouldn't wake. "And you?" "I woke it." Noah ran. Down the stairs, out the front door, into the street. His feet slapped the pavement, heart pounding. He didn't know where he was going. Just away. But the town didn't look right. The sky was the wrong color. Too white. The trees didn't move in the wind, because there was no wind. The birds were gone again. Every house on the block had their doors closed, blinds drawn, and the street signs, every single one, read the same thing: Ash Wo'd. He spun in place. Every direction was Ashwood. Every house was the house. He wasn't in Greystone anymore. He was still inside. Somewhere behind him, Elise's voice echoed. "You can't run when there's no outside. The spiral doesn't go back, it goes down." He turned, and the neighborhood was gone. Now it was the forest, dead trees, dirt path, and at the center of it, the house again, standing tall, breathing, waiting. He screamed and punched the nearest tree. His knuckles split, but even his blood looked wrong. Not red, black. The sap, it was in him. A part of it. He fell to his knees, shaking. And that's when the door opened. Not slowly, not dramatically, just open. As if it had been waiting for him to realize he'd never really left. He stood and walked inside. This time the house didn't shift. It welcomed him like a returning sun. The hallway was straight. The stairs were gone. There was only one room now, the dirt room. He entered. Elise stood at the center. Not the Elise from home, not the one from the bed, the real Elise, or what was left of her, thin, hollow-eyed, mouth stitched shut. But her eyes screamed his name. He ran to her, reaching, but something moved beneath the dirt. A hand shot up, and then another, then a face, then a body, and then another, and another. The floor opened up like skin splitting, and from it rose copies. Dozens of Noahs. Some wore his school jacket. Some were younger. Some were older. Some had no faces. Some had too many. But all of them smiled. "Welcome back," they said in perfect chorus. Noah turned to Elise. She was crying. He pulled the knife from his belt. "I'm ending it," he said. One of the copies stepped forward. "Go ahead," it said, still smiling. "But which of us is the real one?" Noah raised the blade. They didn't flinch. He looked down at Elise. Her eyes pleaded, and he knew. He knelt beside her and cut the stitches free. She gasped. The house screamed. The copies lunged, but it was too late. Elise spoke one word, "remember," and the room exploded. Not with fire, with memory. Suddenly, Noah was 7. Sitting in the attic of his grandmother's house, staring at an old photo. The Ashwood house was in the background. Elise was in the foreground, but the photo was dated 1891. Now he was 16, standing on the edge of Ashwood Hill, Elise at his side. "You know it's not really a dare if you've been there before," she said. He had laughed, but he hadn't remembered what she meant. Now he was 10. Elise crying in the woods, saying, "It won't let me leave again." And he had promised to protect her, to remember, but he never had. The dirt room reassembled itself. The copies were gone. Elise sat on the floor, exhausted. Noah collapsed beside her. The house groaned, then whispered, "You brought the key." And the spiral lit up on the floor, not carved, branded. On Noah's chest. Noah didn't feel pain when the spiral burned itself into his chest. There was no flame, no searing heat. Just a sensation like forgetting, a sudden lightness, a vanishing weight, as if something had been taken from him instead of given. He staggered back, gasping, hand pressed over his heart, and felt nothing but the raised edge of the mark. It pulsed once, softly, in time with the breath of the house. Across from him, Elise was staring, not in horror, not in surprise, in recognition. "It chose you," she whispered. "No," he said. "I didn't choose this. I never." "That's not how it works," she interrupted. "You were marked a long time ago." She stood, her body still trembling from the release of the stitches. Her mouth, now free, bled at the corners. Her voice was hoarse. "You were always going to come back. You just had to forget enough times to find the way in." Noah shook his head, backing into the wall, fingers clawing at the spiral on his skin as if he could rip it out. "What does it want from me?" "To remember," she said simply, "and to stay." The room had changed again. The dirt floor now seemed infinite, stretching far beyond the walls. The ceiling was gone. The sky overhead wasn't a sky. It was a dark, undulating veil. Faces moved across its surface, pressed outward as if screaming through cloth. He could make out Adam, Marcy, his grandmother, his younger self, Elise, again and again, at different ages, repeating the same sad smile. Noah closed his eyes, trying to shut it out. But the images weren't in his eyes anymore. They were behind them. And then came the voice. Not Elise. Not the stitched man. Not the root child. Something deeper, older. A voice didn't come from the air, but from inside the bones of the room. "You've walked in circles long enough," it said. "Now spiral in." Noah dropped to his knees. "Stop," he whispered. "Please." Elise walked toward him slowly. Her voice softened. "It doesn't want to destroy you, Noah. It wants to become you." "What the hell does that mean?" he said, trembling. "It means this is how it survives," she answered. "It finds one person, just one, and it unwrites them." He looked up at her. "You." She nodded. "And the one before me. And the one before that." A chain linking through memory. "You've seen their faces." Noah's head throbbed. "I never agreed to any of this. No one does," she said. "But once you see the spiral, really see it, there's no before, no after, just the descent." A loud crack split the air. The dirt floor began to split. Not wide, not violently, just enough to open. And from the gap rose something Noah had only seen in flickers, in dreams and reflections. Himself, but not as he was. This version of Noah was unfinished. No skin, muscle exposed. Eyes wet and frantic. Lips curled into a smile that didn't belong to him. Its hands were open, reaching. "I'm your end," it said. Noah scrambled back. "Kill it," Elise said, "before it roots." But Noah hesitated. The thing looked at him, really looked, and for a moment, he saw sadness in its expression. Like a child asking why. Like something born too early and left to rot. Noah couldn't move. The thing stepped closer, and the spiral on his chest burned again, harder this time. Elise screamed now, but it was too late. The thing lunged and merged. Noah felt it flood into him like cold smoke. He choked, eyes rolling back, body seizing. It wasn't possession. It wasn't control. It was infiltration. Something crawling through every corridor of his brain, opening doors he had sealed shut, unburying memories that had been chained in the dark. He was 6 again, standing in front of the Ashwood house. Alone. No one dared go near it, but he had. He'd touched the door and whispered something. "Let me in." He was 10 again, playing with Elise in the woods, and she said, "Do you ever feel like we've done this before?" He said no. But he had. He was 12, dreaming of black trees and red skies and voices under the floor, and waking with dirt in his mouth. And now, he was here, back in the room, back in his body. But it wasn't just his anymore. He could feel it, nesting, a second heartbeat, a second presence. Smiling. "You are the house now," the voice said, "and the house is you." He turned to Elise. She was already crying. "Noah," she whispered, "I'm sorry, I tried. I really tried." He tried to speak, but his voice came out wrong. Layered. 2 tones. His and something else. The spiral on his chest glowed red, and the house moaned, all around them. The walls began to curl inward. The windows twisted. The doors vanished. The ceiling descended like breath being held too long. The room was closing. Becoming. Elise backed away. "You don't have to let it finish. Fight it, please." Noah pressed both hands to his chest, shaking, trying to will it out. But it didn't resist. Because it wasn't inside him. He was inside it. That was the final realization. The house had never been a building. It was a body. And he had always been the infection. A seed, carried in, allowed to grow. Elise reached for him. "We can still get out. Together. You and me." But he wasn't sure anymore if he was still Noah. He looked at her, really looked, and felt something snap. A rope inside him, breaking loose. "Tell me the truth," he said, voice shaking. "Are you the first?" She didn't answer. "Elise." "No," she said finally. "I'm the last." The floor dropped out beneath them. They fell, not through space, but through time, through echoes of Greystone. Each version of the town repeating, each generation forgetting, each spiral starting over, and in the center of every loop, a child marked and left behind. Until now, until Noah, and then he landed, hard, on stone. Alone, no sign of Elise, no house, no sky, just a long hallway, and a voice whispering, "You're finally home." The hallway breathed. Noah stood still for a long time, listening. Not to the silence, because there wasn't silence here, but to the breath of the walls. The stone around him inhaled and exhaled in slow, deep waves. Not unlike sleep, not unlike grief. The air was thick with something he couldn't name, a scent both sweet and foul, like flowers blooming in soil that had once held bodies. There were no doors, just the corridor, stretching forward into a dark so complete it felt solid. The lighter in his pocket sparked once, then went out for good. The spiral on his chest throbbed again, faint but constant, like a second heart murmuring beneath the skin. He touched it. It was hot, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't belong to him. The longer he stood still, the more he became aware of his body in a way that terrified him. His breath felt borrowed, his bones foreign. Something had been traded without his consent. Still, he walked. The floor shifted with each step. What was once stone became something else. Not wood, not flesh, something in between. It gave slightly beneath his feet, then tensed as if resentful. The walls narrowed, then widened, like the throat of some massive creature trying to decide whether to choke or swallow. He passed things. Objects frozen in the walls. A toy truck, a wilted daisy, a blood-stained journal, a cracked pacifier, a wedding ring with someone's initials carved too faintly to read. Faces pressed into the walls too, eyes closed, mouths sealed. Some he recognized. Most he didn't. One of them looked like Elise. One looked like himself, but older. Wrinkled eyes opened wide in the last moment of clarity. He kept walking. There was no other choice. Eventually, the hallway opened. Not into a room, but into a mirror. He didn't see it until he stepped into it. And then, suddenly, he wasn't walking anymore. He was watching. Watching himself. Not as he was, but as he had been, 8 years old. In the woods. Elise sat beside him, younger too. She was crying. "I told you not to go near the house," she said. "I didn't," he lied. But she knew. And then, just as quickly, he was 14. Running from the Ashwood porch on a dare. Adam and Marcy laughing behind him. His heart thundering as he put his hand on the door, just to say he had. It opened on its own, and he turned and ran, claiming he'd pushed it. And then again, 16, holding a flashlight, standing in the dirt room, watching the crib rock on its own. And again, 17, standing over Elise, telling her he would come back for her. But he hadn't. Not the first time. Not the second. He'd always run first. The spiral turned. And then, he was standing in a different room. The dirt room, but not as it was. This one was clean. The walls were painted yellow, fresh. The crib sat in the corner intact. A woman stood beside it humming. He couldn't see her face. Only the back of her head, brown hair, loose, curling gently around her shoulders. She turned slightly and whispered, "Do you remember me?" He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "You left me here," she said. Again. He shook his head. "I don't know who you are." The woman turned fully. It wasn't Elise. It wasn't Marcy. It wasn't his mother. It was all of them, at once. Features rippling like heat mirage. A face uncommitted to any single memory. "You keep pretending you were forced," she said. "But you opened every door. You stepped into every room. You wanted to see what was behind the veil." Noah backed up, hitting the wall. "I didn't know," he gasped. "Exactly," the voice said. "That's what makes you perfect." The room collapsed inward, pulling itself tight, and then the light changed. And the voice changed with it. Low. Male. Familiar. "You've come so far, Noah," it said, "but the truth isn't in the house." Noah turned. A staircase now. Wending up. The opposite of everything before. A spiral turned in reverse. He climbed it. And with every step, he felt a piece of himself pull apart. Memory first. Then emotion. Then sensation. By the time he reached the top, he was hollow, and yet more full than ever before. The room he entered was white, blindingly white. No walls, no floor, no furniture. Just a chair. And in the chair, a man, not old, not young. He looked neutral. Like a shape still being decided. "Sit," the man said. Noah did. "Why me?" he asked. The man smiled. "Why not? I never asked for this. No one ever asks to become something greater than themselves. I don't want to be part of it," Noah said, fists clenched. "I want to end it." "You can't end what you are," the man said. "I'm not the house." The man nodded. "Not yet." Noah stood. "Tell me how to kill it." The man looked amused. "You don't kill what's eternal. You forget it. That's how it survives. It waits to be remembered, and every time someone sees it again, truly sees it, it grows." "Then I'll forget," Noah whispered. The man leaned forward. "Can you?" Noah hesitated. Images flooded his head. The spiral, Elise's face, Adam's scream, the voice in the walls, the child in the well, the tree of bodies, the hallway of breath. The girl whose face never stayed the same, the mirror that showed his own betrayal. The man's smile faded. "You're not like the others," he said quietly. "Good," Noah replied, and plunged the knife into his own chest. The world didn't end. It reset. Noah woke up in the middle of the street. Ashwood Hill stood behind him. The town stretched out ahead. People walked past. Cars moved. The sun was warm. No spiral on his chest. No dirt on his hands. He looked down. No knife. No blood. Just a notebook in his lap. Blank. He opened the first page. 3 words, written in his handwriting, "Start with Elise." The page stayed blank no matter how long Noah stared at it. Except for the sentence he didn't remember writing. "Start with Elise." He turned the notebook over. No library stamp. No manufacturer. The pages were made of thick, slightly yellow paper that felt handmade. A faint smell of soil clung to the edges. It was impossible, but he already knew this notebook hadn't come from anywhere. It had returned. Just like him, he stood slowly, watching the town around him, hoping something would break the illusion. A glitch in the sky, a face without a mouth, a shadow that didn't follow the sun. But everything looked normal. Greystone bustled around him. Children on bikes raced down the sidewalk. An old man fed birds near the square. Teenagers leaned against a rusted blue pickup outside the diner. It was fine. Too fine. He passed a woman walking her dog and forced himself to speak. "Excuse me," he said. "Do you know what day it is?" She smiled politely. "September 20th. What year?" She laughed nervously. 2025. "You okay?" He smiled back. "Yeah, just jet lag." She nodded and walked off. That wasn't possible. The last time he remembered being outside the house, it was 2022. 3 years gone, no warning, no record, just reset. And yet the town had barely changed. Same shops, same streets. Same blinking crosswalk light at the corner of Maple and 3rd. Greystone was like a photograph that never yellowed. Preserved, maintained, or maybe reconstructed. He walked toward the school. The building had a fresh coat of paint, but the cracks in the sidewalk were exactly where he remembered. The flag out front swayed gently in wind that didn't touch his skin. As he neared the entrance, a bell rang, and students poured out into the parking lot. Backpack straps, cell phones. Lauder. It was all so loud, so alive. And then he saw her, Elise, standing by the old oak near the fence. Dressed in black jeans, red hoodie, hands stuffed in her pockets, earbuds in, like nothing had happened. Like none of it had ever been real. Like she hadn't been stitched shut, crying blood, whispering truths in a room full of bones. But he knew it was her, the real her. He walked up slowly. "Elise." She turned, removed one earbud. Her eyes were soft and certain. "Yeah, it's me." Her head tilted, confused. "Do I know you?" He almost collapsed. "Noah!" he said quietly. "It's Noah?" "I don't know a Noah." His heart stuttered. "Yes, you do. I'm sorry," she said, gently stepping back. "Are you okay?" He couldn't respond, because in that moment, he knew she truly didn't recognize him. Not fake amnesia, not manipulation. She had no memory of him at all. She turned and walked away, fading into the crowd. Noah stood frozen. Then, without thinking, he opened the notebook again. New words had appeared. Good. This time, she forgot first. His hands trembled. Someone bumped into him. He didn't react. He read the line again. This time, it wasn't just him repeating the spiral. Elise was too. But their roles had flipped. And if she didn't remember him, if she was the blank page, then he was the scribe. He turned the page. More writing, a date. October 1st, 10:16 p.m. Ashwood House opens again. Then beneath it, "Be ready." Over the next few days, Noah watched. He didn't follow Elise. Not exactly. But he kept track. He saw where she went, who she talked to. She seemed happy, normal, like a girl with no trauma tucked behind her ribs. She smiled often, laughed at bad jokes, drew in her notebook on lunch breaks. Once, he saw her pet a cat that didn't flinch away. That was how he knew for sure this Elise hadn't been inside yet. She had no fear in her shadow. And yet, the house would open to her. Again. He flipped through his notebook every night, searching for more updates. The words came slow, one line at a time. On the 3rd day, a new message appeared. "If you stop it now, you stop her too." Noah didn't know what that meant, but he was starting to suspect he wasn't writing these notes. He wrote one of his own, "Who's watching me?" Nothing appeared for 2 hours. Then, whoever remembers first. It made no sense, until it made too much. Every time someone remembered, they became the author of the spiral. And right now, that was him. But for how long? On September 29th, Elise walked past the Ashwood House. She didn't stop, didn't even glance. Noah watched from across the street, hiding behind a stop sign. The house looked the same. Still abandoned, still sagging, still wrong. But the door was different. It was clean. The paint, once chipped and rotted, had been freshly redone. Smooth, white, almost welcoming. He hadn't noticed it before. The house was preparing, not for him. For her. October 1st came like a funeral. Noah didn't sleep. He waited at the end of Ashwood Hill, watching the street, the sky, the movement of clouds. At 9:53 p.m., the wind stopped. By 10:10, the crickets went silent. At 10:15, Elise walked up the hill alone. Drawn somehow. She wore her hoodie, her notebook tucked under one arm. She moved without fear, like in a dream. He called out, "Elise!" She paused, looked around, confused. "Who's there?" "It's me, Noah." A flicker of memory passed through her eyes, then faded. "I know that name," she said softly. "I think I dreamed it." "You did," he said, stepping out of the shadows. She stepped back. The door of the Ashwood house clicked. It swung inward, and the porch light, previously dead, turned on. Noah grabbed her arm. "Don't go in." She blinked. "Why? You won't come back the same." "But I have to," she whispered. He froze. "What?" "I don't know how I know, but I need to. It's like something's waiting." He looked into her face and saw it then, the spiral under her skin. Not fully formed, not yet burned in, but beginning to coil. She was starting to remember. "No," he said. "Not again." He pulled her back, but her eyes changed, for just a second. And the house spoke, not aloud, in his mind. "She's not yours anymore." Elise's hand moved fast. She shoved him, hard. He fell backward, landing in the dirt. By the time he stood, she was through the door. It shut behind her. The porch light went dark. The door didn't open for him. Noah stood in front of the Ashwood house, hands shaking, the cold settling under his skin like water under ice. He pounded on the door once, twice, 3 times, then paused. Nothing. No whisper. No breath. Not even a groan from the wood. It was as if the house had turned its face away from him. And that terrified him more than anything. The house had always opened before. Even when it didn't want him there, it still let him in. Now it had shut him out. Not because it feared him, but because it didn't need him anymore. He pressed his ear to the wood, trying to hear through it. There was something soft, distant, like footsteps echoing in a long hallway. A faint laugh, a creaking floorboard. The low sound of something alive stretching after a long sleep. And her voice. "Elise," he whispered. But she couldn't hear him. She was already inside. He turned, walked down the steps, and sat on the front lawn like a man waiting outside a locked cell, knowing the execution had already begun. The street was empty. No cars, no neighbors, no lights in the windows. The town had pulled back again, like it always did when the house opened its mouth. But this time, it wasn't roaring. It was whispering, and only Elise could hear it now. Noah opened the notebook. New words had appeared, let her walk the path. He gritted his teeth. "She'll die," he wrote. The notebook stayed blank for a long time. Then finally, "not if she becomes it." Inside the house, Elise didn't remember how many rooms she'd walked through. The layout was familiar and completely wrong. The entryway looked like it had been pulled from a photograph of someone else's memory. The wallpaper shifted patterns when she wasn't looking directly at it. She passed a grandfather clock that ticked backwards. The sound of rain came from the ceiling even though the roof was dry. She wasn't scared. She should have been. She knew that much. She walked down a hallway lined with picture frames. None of them had faces, only shadows where faces should be. One of the frames showed her own silhouette, shoulders slumped, hand reaching for something out of frame. She stared at it for a long time before moving on. Her hand brushed the wall as she walked. It was warm, breathing, and every now and then it tightened, just slightly as if sensing her presence. She passed a mirror, and in it saw a boy. His back was to her. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, writing in a notebook. "Elise," he said without turning. She spun around. No one was there. She turned back to the mirror. Now it was her reflection again. But the notebook remained in her hands. Even though she didn't remember picking one up, she looked down. Sure enough, it was there. Same leather cover, same thick paper. First page, same message. Start with Elise. She frowned, then turned the page. Beneath her fingertips, words appeared. The house needs someone new. Then, don't run this time. Noah couldn't sit still anymore. He circled the perimeter of the house, checking windows. All were dark. The porch creaked as he stepped back onto it, feeling like a trespasser in a place that had once begged for his blood. He placed both palms on the front door and whispered, "Let me in." Nothing. Not even a groan. His spiral had stopped pulsing. He looked down at his chest. The mark was fading, dimming. The house was unmaking him, erasing him from its story, replacing him with her. He opened the notebook, heart pounding. Is she in danger? He scrawled. The reply came slower than usual, as if reluctant. Only if she tries to leave. Elise stood at the top of a staircase that hadn't been there a second ago. Down below, she heard crying. A child. Soft, frantic. She descended slowly. The stairs stretched longer with each step. When she finally reached the bottom, she was standing in a circular room made of dirt and stone. In the center sat a cradle. The crying stopped as she approached. She looked inside. Empty. Just a pile of black ash. Then the ash shifted, moved. And from it, two eyes blinked open. Not human, not animal, just aware. "Who are you?" Elise whispered. The ash shifted again. And then a voice, one she remembered only in dreams, spoke from the dark. "You've been here before." Outside, Noah felt the pressure shift. The air pushed inward, toward the house. Not wind, gravity. As if something deep below had started pulling the town back into itself. He could feel it in his teeth. Behind his eyes, the spiral might have forgotten him, but he hadn't forgotten it. He gripped the doorknob again. Cold. Then suddenly, warm, a click. The door opened. He stepped inside. The house didn't scream, didn't shift. It let him pass like a priest into a cathedral he no longer served. Elise was standing in a room that now pulsed with red light. The ash had taken form. A child's shape, but its limbs were wrong. Too long, bones exposed where skin should be. The head pulsed with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. It looked at her like a question. "Why me?" she asked. The thing smiled. "You never left." She took a step back. "I'm not part of this. You were the first," it said. "Now you'll be the last." It reached for her. Its fingers dripped with sap. She didn't move, didn't scream, just whispered, "Then show me." The room collapsed. Noah reached the base of the stairs. He saw her standing in the center of the dirt room, eyes closed, face illuminated by a red glow. "Elise!" he shouted. She opened her eyes, and they weren't hers anymore. Not fully. The spiral had taken root. Her voice was layered now, like his had been before. "Noah," she said. "I can pull you out." She shook her head. "I don't want to come out." He stepped forward. "I remember everything," she said. "And so do you. You never saved me. Not the first time. Not the second. You let it take me." "I didn't know," he whispered. "You did. But you forgot. That's how it works." The ground cracked beneath them. Sap bubbled up like oil. The house groaned. And a voice from below said, "Let it end this time." Elise reached out her hand. But not for help. For him. Noah didn't take her hand. He stared at it, pale, calm, reaching toward him. Not in desperation, but in something far worse, peace. Her fingers were steady. No trembling. No hesitation. She stood in the center of the dirt room as if she belonged there, as if this wasn't a trap but a return. A ceremony. An answer to a question neither of them had ever dared ask out loud. "Please," he said, his voice cracked. "You don't understand what it's doing." Her head tilted gently. "Don't I?" "Elise, this house doesn't give. It replaces." She took a single step closer, hand still outstretched. "No, that's what you never understood. It only replaces what's already hollow." Noah flinched like she'd slapped him. "That's not true." "It is. You felt it too. The emptiness. The pull toward something bigger, something buried. And you went looking. You always went looking." He looked down at the floor. At the spiral half, submerged in dirt and sap, still glowing faintly. Like the ember of a fire no one ever put out, the same spiral that had once burned itself into his skin, now dormant, forgotten, rejected, but not gone. It never left, it simply waited. Elise, he tried again, softer this time. That's not you talking. It is, she said, and her smile wasn't cruel. It was sorrowful. You never let it finish with you, so it started again, and this time it chose better. That cut deeper than anything else, because somewhere, under the layers of confusion and dread, he believed it. She fit. The way she moved through the house, the way the walls didn't push back against her, the way the red light seemed to grow stronger in her presence. She wasn't being consumed. She was becoming part of it. He took a breath. Then why am I still here? Elise lowered her hand slowly. Because endings need witnesses. Noah's mouth went dry. And then, a sound. Soft at first, like paper tearing underwater. Then louder, a scraping, a rustling, the sound of roots twisting in soil. Walls shifting to let something crawl through them. The ground beneath them pulsed once, twice, and then split open. Noah stumbled back. Elise didn't move. From the crack in the earth, a shape began to rise, not human, not quite. A figure made of pieces, faces stretched like cloth over bark, eyes blooming open along its ribs, hands branching into fingers that ended in spirals. A crown of nails rested on its uneven skull, as if someone had hammered memory into bone. It moved slowly, not because it was weak, but because it was deliberate. Elise turned to face it, and it bowed, not deeply, just enough. The thing knelt, pressed a hand to the ground, and in the dirt a mirror surfaced. Not glass, not water. Memory. Elise stepped toward it. Noah moved forward instinctively, but the air between them thickened, pressed against his chest like invisible hands. He could go no further. You don't have to do this, he shouted. You can leave. We can both leave! Elise looked back one last time, and smiled. But it wasn't an answer. It was a goodbye. Then she stepped into the mirror, and vanished. The spiral flared, the room screamed, and everything went black. When Noah woke up, the house was gone, not destroyed, gone. He was lying in a field of dry grass, the sky above cloudless and white. No buildings, no trees, no roads, just open land as far as he could see. He sat up slowly, wincing at the ache in his ribs. The air smelled different, clean, unfamiliar. There were no sounds, no insects, no birds, no wind, and no spiral. He looked down at his chest, smooth, unmarked. But that didn't comfort him. Because the absence didn't feel like escape, it felt like exile. A punishment, not a reward. He stood, turning in place, trying to get his bearings. Nothing looked familiar. It was as if the house had spit him out into a world that had no memory of anything else. And yet, in his hand, he still held the notebook. It was heavier now, thicker. He flipped it open. The pages were filled with handwriting. His, Elise's, and others he didn't recognize. Layers of narrative, scrawled in margins, crossing each other out, circling phrases like warnings. And on the newest page, she remembered everything. Then, underneath it, the spiral doesn't take prisoners. It builds saints. Noah snapped the notebook shut. His hands were shaking again. He felt like a ghost trapped between chapters, like a relic from a version of the story the house no longer needed. He turned in a slow circle, heart hammering, until something caught his eye. Far off on the horizon, just a dot at first, but as he squinted it sharpened into form. A house. Not Ashwood, but similar, newer, smaller, still wrong. He didn't want to walk toward it. His legs did anyway. As he neared, the details resolved. White siding, red shutters, a swing on the porch. It looked like the kind of place where a quiet family might live, tucked away in some nameless rural town. But the closer he got, the more the illusion cracked. The swing didn't sway in the wind. It twitched. The shutters weren't red paint. They were dried blood. And the door had no knob. Just a black spiral carved into the center. He stepped onto the porch, trembling. The spiral pulsed once. Then the notebook opened in his hand on its own. The new page read, "There must always be two." And suddenly, he understood. He wasn't the witness. He was the replacement. Elise hadn't rejected the house. She had completed it, taken her place, accepted the spiral. And now, it needed someone else to balance the story. It needed the rememberer, the one to walk the edge, to write the pages, to tell the tale until the next Elise was born. Noah staggered back, trying to resist the thought curling in his mind like a vine. He opened the notebook again. One final page had appeared. You can run. Then, but you'll only write slower. He closed the notebook and walked inside. The house was waiting for him. Not with dread, not with the ancient creaking rod of ashwood, but with something far more dangerous: comfort. This new place didn't shudder or groan. It didn't bleed from the floorboards or whisper in foreign tongues. It simply existed, as if it had always been there, as if it belonged. The air inside was warm. The entry hall was small, but tidy, like a model home. Soft yellow walls, clean wooden floor, a small coat rack, 2 shoes neatly placed beneath it. There was even a faint scent of vanilla, as if someone had baked cookies just hours before. Noah stood still for several minutes, afraid to breathe. This was wrong. Wrong in a way the Ashwood house had never been, because this time it didn't feel like trespassing. It felt like coming home. He turned slowly in place. There were no markings, no symbols, no spirals, just furniture and lighting and wallpaper. He ran a hand across the nearest wall. It was smooth, real, not wet, not breathing, no tremble under the skin. And yet, every fiber of his body screamed that he wasn't alone. He walked forward, notebook still clutched tight. The next room was a living room, clean, modest, lived in. 2 sofas facing each other, a coffee table between them, a television that wasn't turned on, picture frames on the wall. He approached one and studied it carefully. A photograph of a woman holding a child. Neither had faces. He turned to another, a family of 4, faceless. Every frame was the same perfect little moments, missing their most important feature. He looked down at the notebook. New writing had appeared. They haven't chosen faces yet. The pages turned on their own. You're early. Noah swallowed hard. Early for what? This time, no response. Just the tick of a clock that hadn't been ticking moments before. He turned to find the source. On the mantel above the fireplace sat a black clock with white hands. It ticked once every 10 seconds. No numbers. Just 12 points in a perfect circle. It was midnight. Always midnight. Even when he blinked, even when he looked away and back again, it never moved. Time here was trapped, or waiting to begin. He passed into the next room, a kitchen. Stainless steel appliances, a refrigerator humming softly. Cabinets all closed. There was even a mug on the counter, half full of cold coffee. A child's drawing was pinned to the fridge with a red magnet, crayon lines, a stick, figure house, 2 smiling figures outside, a spiral above them, drawn in heavy black strokes like a sun. He leaned in closer. Something moved behind the fridge. He stepped back immediately. The hum stopped. The light flickered. Then footsteps upstairs. Not heavy, not frantic, just regular, measured, pacing. He looked at the ceiling. The light fixture swayed gently. He should have run, but he didn't. He followed the sound instead, back to the hallway, up the stairs. Each creak of the wood beneath his shoes seemed too loud, like he was disturbing something sacred. Upstairs there were 3 doors, all closed. The footsteps had stopped. Noah stood in the hall, unsure which door to touch. Then the one on the left creaked open by itself. Not all the way, just enough. He stepped inside. A bedroom, child's size. Toys on the floor, books on the shelf, a small bed tucked neatly in the corner. A nightlight shaped like a rabbit glowed dimly, and on the wall above the bed, written in marker, was one word, Ram Biar. He turned to leave, and stopped. In the hallway mirror, his reflection stared back, but not as he was now, as he'd been before, 17, bleeding, spiral on his chest, eyes wide with dread. He blinked. The reflection stayed the same. Then it smiled, and raised a finger to its lips. Shh. The The light overhead blew out. Darkness swallowed the room. When it returned, he was downstairs again. He didn't remember moving. The clock still read midnight. The fridge still hummed. But now the living room was different. The couches were rotting. The television screen was cracked. The picture frames on the wall had changed. Now they all showed him. In different moments. Some he remembered. Some he didn't. One showed him standing in the dirt room. Spiral fully burned into his chest, eyes glazed over like a doll. Another showed him with Elise. Except she was in the background, far behind him, eyes wide, mouth open mid-scream. The last one showed him standing in front of this house. The new one, same as now, same position, same clothes. But the sky above him was black, and in the window behind his images something looked out. A figure. Watching, waiting. He turned around sharply. Nothing there. The notebook flared hot in his hands. He opened it. New words, scrawled hastily. You shouldn't have come first. Then she was supposed to build it. Not you. His breath caught. He flipped the page. The words bled into existence. She's still coming. Noah stepped away from the table. Something creaked above. Not footsteps this time. A door opening. Upstairs. He turned slowly and looked at the stairwell. This wasn't like Ashwood. This wasn't rot or chaos. This was order. Deliberate. Plan. The house wasn't a monster now. It was a machine, and he was standing inside it. Wrong piece, wrong time. He should have waited. He wasn't supposed to come first. He looked down at his hand. The spiral was back. Only this time it was backwards. Reversing. Unwinding. Undoing him. He ran to the front door. Tried the knob. Locked. The window? Nailed shut. He grabbed a chair and threw it. The glass didn't crack. He backed away. Trembling. The notebook opened itself again. If you leave now, it starts again. He dropped it. No. The house shuddered for the first time. And then something began to crawl down the stairs. Not walk. Crawl. He couldn't see it, only hear it. The scrape of limbs too long for a human frame. The soft patter of fingers on wood, like someone drumming lightly just behind the walls. Every instinct in his body screamed to run. But he didn't, because there was nowhere left to go. And then he saw her, Elise, at the bottom of the stairs. But it wasn't her. Not exactly. Her face was, still forming. Features blurred, melting into place like wax on bone. Her eyes weren't hers yet. Her mouth was too wide, and her voice, when it came, was several voices layered at once. Noah, she said. He backed away, tears in his eyes. You're not her. I will be. She stepped forward. He raised the notebook like a shield. You're not supposed to be here yet, he said. She stopped. The smile flickered. I wasn't. But you called me. I didn't. You remembered. And then she reached into her chest and pulled out something black and wet and spiraling. It throbbed in her hand. She held it out to him. He shook his head. No more, he whispered. But the house had no mercy left. The moment he blinked, the spiral was already back in his hand. His chest burned. And the clock ticked. Once, for the first time. And the spiral turned again. The spiral didn't burn this time. It settled. Noah stared at the black mark pulsing gently against his palm. It no longer throbbed with heat or pain. It breathed almost softly as though adjusting to its host. There was no resistance, no punishment, only acceptance. And somehow that terrified him more. He clenched his hand into a fist and felt nothing. No sting. No fight. The spiral had chosen. Again. He looked up at the figure standing across from him. Elise, but not Elise. A twisted reflection, a half-formed echo. Her features flickered between states, caught between what she once was and what the house wanted her to be. Her mouth opened, and her voice slipped out, still layered, still wrong. You were supposed to forget again, she said. Noah shook his head. I didn't. She tilted her head slowly, like something studying prey that hadn't run. Why? I wanted to stop it. Stop what? This, he gestured around them. The cycle, the house, the spiral. You. Something passed through her eyes, recognition, maybe, or regret. But it didn't last. You remembered too early, she said. You changed the pattern. I didn't ask for this, Noah muttered, stepping back. But you answered it, she replied. And the house listens to the ones who remember. Her voice was calmer now, more human. But the face still wasn't hers. The mouth was too wide when she smiled, and her eyes didn't blink right. It was like she wore her own skin as a costume, not a home. What is this place? He asked. She walked past him toward the wall, placing a hand flat against the faded yellow wallpaper. Ashwood was the beginning. This house is the inheritance. Noah blinked. Inheritance, she nodded. You thought the spiral was a curse. But it's a map. To what? Her smile deepened. To the house beneath all houses. Noah didn't respond. Because somehow he already knew. The new house wasn't just a structure, it was a vessel. Unlike Ashwood, which cracked and hissed and wept, this place held itself together perfectly. Like it had been designed to contain something ancient without breaking. Noah could feel it in the walls, in the floor, even in the air. It wasn't built by people. It was grown from memory, rooted in moments long erased. Each room changed depending on where he stood. The hallway lengthened when he walked away from her. The ceiling dropped when he tried to speak her name. It was subtle. Like the house wasn't angry, but correcting him, reshaping itself to reflect whatever would keep the spiral turning. He passed into what looked like a dining room, except the table had no legs. Just a spiral of wood looping in impossible geometry beneath it, holding it aloft like a trick of the eye. There were 3 place settings. One of them had a napkin folded with his name stitched on the corner. Noah, he turned. She was behind him again. Only now her features had settled, fully formed. Her eyes were hers, her voice too. For a moment, it was really Elise, and then she sat at the table. This is where we start over. He didn't sit. Start what? The spiral. I thought we were trying to end it. She stared at him, and said the one thing he didn't expect. We were. The words hung in the room like fog. He took a step forward. What changed? Her expression softened. You remembered too much. Noah's mouth opened, but no words came. You weren't supposed to carry all of it, she went on. Just enough to make you search. Enough to keep you curious. But you brought the whole thing back. Every turn, every loop, every scream, even the parts I forgot. He sat down slowly. You're saying I broke it? No, she said, gently placing a hand on the table. You finished it. The spiral ended the moment you refused to forget. He looked down at his chest. The spiral had stopped glowing. It was just skin now. A scar. But it still pulsed. Not like a wound, like a heartbeat. I didn't mean to, he whispered. I know, she replied. But meaning doesn't matter anymore. Not to the house, he looked up at her. Then what happens now? She smiled. Now we go deeper. The spiral on the floor beneath the table began to turn. Not physically, but visually. Like an optical illusion shifting in place, revealing more layers beneath. The table rose, chairs folding themselves inward, and the walls of the dining room peeled back to reveal a staircase, descending into black. He didn't want to follow, but he stood anyway, and she followed behind. The stairs went down for what felt like hours. No steps repeated, yet the descent never ended. And the farther they walked, the colder the air became. Not temperature cold, but presence cold. Like descending into something forgotten by time, a place that shouldn't exist. The walls changed texture as they descended. Wood turned to stone turned to bone. Eventually, they walked on a path of vertebrae and ribs, lit by dim red pulses in the walls, like veins glowing faintly from within. Noah didn't ask questions anymore. There was no point. This was the spiral's core now. They reached the bottom. It wasn't a room, it was a chamber. Impossible in size. No walls, no ceiling. Only a horizon of shadows and red symbols burning faintly on the floor. In the center stood a chair, carved from something dark and wet and alive. Elise stopped walking. That's where it ends, she said. He looked at her. What is it? She didn't answer. Because now the walls around the chamber whispered. The witness must sit. Noah stepped forward. Every step felt heavier. Not in the body, but in the mind. Like each footfall pushed another memory into place. He saw flashes, the ashwood door opening, Elise screaming in the dirt room, the mirror with his 17-year-old face, the spiral drawn on a child's drawing in the kitchen. He saw it all, and still, he walked. When he reached the chair, he turned back. Elise was gone. Only the spiral remained, glowing faintly on the floor. He sat, and the house breathed in. The chair held him like a heartbeat, not pressure, memory. It remembered every version of him, every failed escape, every forgotten turn. He didn't move. Couldn't, he just sat and watched, and felt the spiral settle into his chest fully, no longer separate from him, but of him. The room dimmed. A single beam of light shone above. In front of him, a shape appeared. Another chair, empty, waiting, and the notebook in his hand wrote one final message. Now you wait for the next. Her name was Mara Keene, and she'd never heard of Ashwood House. Not in the whispers of urban legends. Not in town history. Not in her own family's stories. The name meant nothing to her, and yet one night in late September, she dreamed of it. A white house with red shutters, a crooked path of stones leading to the front steps, a single spiral etched into the door. She woke up gasping, clawing at her chest. There was nothing there, but the dream stayed, and it came again the next night, and the next, and the next. She started drawing it in the margins of her notebooks, unconsciously at first. Spirals, over and over, each tighter than the last. Her professors noticed. Her roommate joked that she was going goth, but Mara didn't laugh, because she hadn't drawn anything for years, not since her mother vanished, and the house in her dream. It looked exactly like the one in her mother's childhood photos, a house she'd never visited, a house her family never talked about, the one they all said had been torn down decades ago. But in the dreams, it still stood. Each night, she got closer to the front steps, and each time, she woke just before her hand touched the knob. On the 7th night, she didn't wake up, not until the door opened. Mara stood in the entryway, barefoot, in her pajamas. The house around her was clean, simple, quiet. She didn't feel scared. Not exactly. More like remembered. Like something old had just said her name for the first time in years. There was a living room to the left, kitchen to the right, hardwood floors, vanilla in the air. It was exactly like the dream. But this wasn't sleep. She could feel the grain of the wood under her toes, the soft hum of the fridge, the weight of the notebook in her hand. Wait, what? She looked down. Sure enough, there it was, leather-bound, unfamiliar. She opened it cautiously. The first page was blank. Then, slowly, words began to appear. Welcome, Mara. Her breath caught. She flipped the page. We've been waiting for you. Another. You're early. But that's all right. The seat is warm. She dropped the book on the floor, turned toward the front door. It was gone. Not closed. Gone. Only wall now. Seamless. She backed into the hallway, panic rising in her throat. Hello, she called out. Is someone here? Silence. Then a creak upstairs. She turned slowly, heartbeat kicking up. Another creak. Not heavy, just movement. Measured. She didn't want to go up. She had to. Something pulled her, not by force, but by curiosity so thick it felt like a leash. She climbed the stairs. Each step groaned beneath her, but not from age, from awareness. She reached the landing. 3 doors. One opened slowly on its own. Light spilled out, warm, yellow. A child's room. She stepped in. Bookshelf. Toys. Crayon drawings on the wall. One in particular made her freeze. It was a spiral drawn above 2 stick figures. Her name was written beneath it. Mara. Her hands trembled. She backed out slowly, heart hammering now. But the hallway wasn't empty anymore. A man stood at the far end. Still. Watching. His face was familiar in a way that made her stomach churn. She didn't know him. But part of her did. Like an actor she couldn't place from a half-remembered movie, he said her name. Softly. Not a greeting, a recognition. Mara. She backed away. "Who are you?" He didn't answer. Just stepped closer. "You shouldn't be here yet," he said. Her breath caught. "What does that mean? Another step. You're not supposed to remember yet." "I don't remember anything." He stopped. Then good. He turned and vanished through the nearest door. She ran after him, but the hallway was empty again. Only the spiral remained, burned into the floor where he stood. It pulsed once, then twice, then went dark. Mara found the notebook waiting for her on the nightstand when she tried to sleep. Its cover was warm. She opened it. A new page had written itself. "Memory is a door. Then you've knocked long enough." She slammed it shut. That night she didn't sleep, not truly. She drifted in and out of strange visions. Rooms, shifting shapes, whispers behind mirrors, the feeling of being watched even when her eyes were closed. And always that spiral, growing larger, faster, pulling her toward something too big to see. By dawn, her hands were shaking, but the house didn't open. It waited, and the notebook waited with it. Outside, across some other version of time, Noah sat alone in the chamber. The chair cradled him. The spiral rested in his chest like a clock without hands. He hadn't spoken in days. Didn't need to, didn't want to. The spiral spoke enough for both of them. He'd seen Mara's name appear in the book, saw the moment she arrived, felt the house breathe her in, and knew she was the one. Not Elise. Not him. Not any of the lost ones before. Mara was the center now. The spiral had narrowed, its turns were fewer, its destination closer. But there was one final thing it needed from him. To let go. He stared across the empty space where the second chair once stood. It was full now. He couldn't see her yet, but he felt her, moving through the house, learning its rules, forgetting her own. Soon, she'd reach the bottom. Soon she'd open the last door. Soon, the spiral would close and begin again. The second day inside the house felt longer than a lifetime. Mara didn't remember sleeping. She only remembered waking up again and again and again. The sky outside never changed, permanently gray, like the sun had been stolen from above the clouds. The clocks didn't tick. The fridge didn't hum anymore. Even her own heartbeat seemed to echo too loudly in the silence. She had begun talking aloud just to hear a voice. The house didn't answer, but the notebook did. Every time she set it down, it reappeared somewhere else. On the counter, on the bed, even once inside the fridge, covered in frost. She tried burning it in the fireplace. It reappeared on the mantel an hour later, perfectly dry. She tried ripping out the pages. They grew back. At first, the messages were simple, repetitive. "Turn the handle, don't look up, she remembers you." But now it spoke in voices that weren't hers. She flipped it open again. This time, it simply said, "You're not the first to forget. Then, but you might be the last to pretend you didn't choose this." Mara slammed the book shut, feeling a scream rising behind her teeth. She couldn't stand it anymore. The corridors that shifted when she blinked, the light that never changed, the mirrors that didn't always show her own reflection. It was like living inside someone else's memory. One that didn't want her there, or worse, one that did. She stumbled into the kitchen. There was food in the fridge now, fresh fruit, bread, bottled water. It hadn't been there yesterday. Or maybe it had, and the house had just decided she could see it now. She didn't eat. Couldn't. She didn't trust it. Instead, she sat on the floor and stared at the spiral that had appeared on the ceiling sometime during the night. It pulsed faintly, almost too slow to notice, but it was definitely moving, like it was counting down to something. That was the word that kept pressing against her skull. Countdown. But to what? She had to move. Had to do something. If she stayed still any longer, she would start thinking the house was right. That the spiral made sense. That it had a place for her. And once that happened, she knew she'd never leave. She went upstairs again. 3 doors. She chose the middle one this time. Inside was a study, small, warm, a lamp on the desk, books on the shelves, a window overlooking the side yard, if the yard had actually existed, which she knew it didn't. Still, the light came in. She sat at the desk and found a second notebook waiting. It was open. Her name was written on the top of the first page, in a handwriting that was hers, but sharper, more practiced. The page beneath it said day 132, still no sign of the other. Mara's breath caught. She flipped the page. More writing, paragraphs, entries, dozens of them, all signed MK. She kept turning pages, faster and faster, hundreds of entries, more than a year's worth, all in her own voice, describing this house, this feeling, this spiral, and the search for someone else. She slammed the book shut. No, the room pulsed slightly. She stood up, legs trembling. No, I didn't write this, I didn't. I just got here. But the notebook she'd carried with her opened on the desk by itself. Not this time. But you did last time. And suddenly, it hit her. There was a familiarity to all this. Not memory, not recollection. Rehearsal. She was walking a path she'd already walked before, maybe once, maybe 100 times. And each time she forgot. Each time the spiral wiped her clean. But not completely. Not anymore. Because this time, it was slipping. This time, something was bleeding through. She backed out of the study, and the hallway was no longer short. It stretched on for miles. The lights flickered. The floorboards moaned. And at the far end of the corridor, a door stood open. A staircase descended beyond it. And from somewhere far below, she heard it. A heartbeat. No, not a heartbeat. His. Noah stirred in the dark. The chamber didn't glow anymore. It breathed. Inhaled and exhaled like a sleeping beast. The spiral on the floor was dormant. But the spiral in his chest had begun to etch. He opened his eyes and saw nothing. Only the empty chair across from him. And then, footsteps. Distant at first. Then closer. Measured. Uncertain. And then she appeared. Mara. But not the Mara from the house upstairs. This one was older. Or maybe remembering more. She looked at him. And he looked at her. Neither spoke. Until she said, "You're him, aren't you?" He nodded. "Who am I?" she asked. He didn't answer right away. Because the answer had changed. "You're the one who came back." She swallowed. Back from where? From forgetting. She stepped closer. "You wrote about me. I watched you. All the times before. How many were there?" He looked down. The spiral glowed faintly in his palm. Too many. And this time, Noah looked up at her. "You brought something different this time." "What?" He smiled weakly. "You brought your own pen." Mara sat in the empty chair. The spiral pulsed between them. And for the first time since the house began watching, it hesitated. Because two people remembering the story, that was something it hadn't planned for. The notebook opened on the floor. Blank. Waiting. Mara looked at Noah. "Can we write something new?" He didn't answer. But his spiral dimmed, and hers began to glow. The spiral pulsed softly between them. For the first time in years, maybe decades, it wasn't twisting in one direction. It hesitated, wavered, like it had become aware of its own pattern, like it was questioning what came next. And in that silence, Mara held the pen. It wasn't symbolic. It wasn't metaphorical. It was a real pen. Cold metal. Heavy. Etched along its side were 3 words she didn't understand. "It remembers you." She didn't remember picking it up. It had simply been there, in her hand, the moment she sat opposite Noah. He hadn't spoken since. He just watched her, quietly, with something that looked almost like hope. But not quite. It was more fragile than that. Like he didn't believe hope was real anymore, but wanted to pretend for her sake. She flipped open the blank notebook. Its pages were smooth, unmarked. Waiting. At first, her hand trembled too much to write. But then, she breathed, and she made the first stroke. "My name is Mara Keene. I am awake inside a dream I did not choose, in a house that has learned to remember itself. But I am not lost. I am not a page. I am the one holding the pen." The ink blotted into the page like it had been thirsty for decades. Noah flinched. The spiral between them cracked slightly, just a hairline, but enough to make the floor beneath them moan. Mara kept writing. This house is not a god. It is a memory that fed on silence. But silence has ended. I speak. I write. I choose. A wind swept through the chamber, howling up from below. Noah stood. No, he whispered. You're waking it up. It's already awake, she said. You don't understand. Then help me. His eyes were filled with something like grief. I tried. For years I tried. But the moment you put words to it, real words, it listens. It hears us. And it doesn't like being named. The spiral cracked again. This time, a sliver of light burst through it. Not warm light, not holy, but something ancient, something that saw. Mara stood now too, the notebook clutched in one hand, the pen in the other. She turned to face the far end of the chamber, where the dark hadn't moved once since her arrival. It wasn't just shadows, it was a shape. Something curled, something old, something hungry, and it had started to move. It peeled itself from the wall, like a curtain unhooking from rusted metal. It had no form, just impressions, limbs when you blinked, mouths when you looked away, and always that spiral burned across what might have been its spine. Mara stepped forward. Noah reached for her. Don't, he said. Once you get close, it knows you. I think it already does. Not like this. The creature, or memory, or thing, opened its back. And there, suspended in a column of black air, were others, children, adults, all frozen in time. Their mouths open mid-scream, eyes glazed yet aware. Elise was there. So was Adam. So were people Mara didn't recognize, but did. In some strange, bone-deep way, they all felt familiar. Not as people, but as moments she had once tried to forget. I think I wrote this before, she whispered. The pen in her hand pulsed. The creature hissed, not with breath, but with the sound of pages turning too fast to read. And then something spoke. Not from the creature, not from the chamber, from the notebook, but not in ink. In voice, you will finish what the others began. Mara gripped the pen tighter. No. You are the final loop. No. You are the proof the house can dream for itself. No. Silence. Then, a door appeared behind the creature. A door of bone and breath and memory. The kind of door that wasn't made, but remembered into being. And it was open. Noah staggered. He looked at Mara, eyes wide. That door, she nodded. I've seen it too, he said, but only in dreams. I always thought it was the exit. It's not, she said. He swallowed. Then what is it? The beginning. Mara approached the door. Each step made the spiral crack further. The floor beneath them began to tilt. The chamber didn't collapse. It rewound. The lights flickered in reverse. The walls stitched themselves backward. The heartbeat beneath their feet grew younger. This wasn't a place dying. It was being unwritten. The spiral began to spin outward instead of in, and that terrified the creature. It shrieked in silence. It hurled images at her, memories not her own. A girl buried alive. A boy whispering to mirrors. A man with no mouth screaming through the walls. But Mara had the pen. And the pen was louder. She stepped through the door. And the world went white. She stood in a field. Sunlight, real sunlight, warm. The house was gone. No spiral, no notebook, no Noah, just the sky. And wind, and the smell of soil. For a moment, she thought she had made it out. But then, she turned around. There, sitting in the middle of the field, was a child, alone, drawing in the dirt with a stick. She approached carefully. Hey, she said, voice gentle. The child looked up. It was her, 6 years old, eyes too wide, skin too pale. The child spoke. You forgot again. Mara fell to her knees. Tears welled in her eyes. No, not this time. You always forget. Not anymore. The child held out her drawing. It was a spiral, but it was broken in half, cracked down the middle, and in the center was a door. Mara took the stick from the child and drew one final line, a straight one, out of the spiral. A path. The child smiled and vanished. Mara woke in her bed. Sunlight, warm, familiar. There was no spiral on her chest, no notebook on the nightstand, but she remembered every step, every word, every scream, and when she walked to the mirror, her reflection was finally hers. No twists, no loops, just her. Free. The world outside was wrong. At first glance, it all seemed normal: trees rustling in the wind, a pale blue sky with high, stretched clouds, the smell of earth after rain. But Mara knew better. It wasn't the silence. It wasn't the stillness. It was the echo, a subtle pull behind everything, like reality had been rewound and dubbed over, slightly off sync, like someone had copied the world by hand and missed a few lines. She stood barefoot in the grass. No sign of the house. No Noah, no notebook. The field stretched around her like a painting. And yet she felt watched, not by something with eyes, but by something that remembered her. She had written her way out, but not far enough. Not deep enough, because the spiral had stopped spinning, yes, but that didn't mean it was gone. She turned around slowly, scanning the tree line. It was faint, a flicker in the leaves, but it was there, a mark, etched into the bark of a tree, the same spiral. Only this time, it wasn't perfect. It was cracked. Just like the one she had drawn in the field. Just like the one the child version of her had held out. Just like the one she broke with the final line. Her heart began to pound, because a cracked spiral wasn't a victory. It was a signal. A signal that something had been interrupted. And something else woke up. Mara walked for what felt like hours. She found a dirt road, followed it. The sky never shifted. No birds flew. Her phone didn't work. She didn't remember bringing it, but it was in her back pocket, dead. She passed mailboxes with no names, cars with no plates, houses that all looked the same. And then she found the town. It was called Leiden Hill. A single main street, gas station, grocery store, school. A diner with a flickering open sign in red. People moved through it, spoke, laughed. But when she stepped onto the sidewalk, they all paused. They didn't stop talking. They just glanced. And then kept going, like they hadn't. Like they hadn't seen her, or had seen her before and decided not to look again. She stepped into the diner. The bell above the door rang. A waitress smiled from behind the counter. "Seat yourself." The booths were clean, polished wood. A chalkboard menu hung on the wall with the specials of the day. Nothing strange. Nothing cursed. Except the man in the far booth. He sat with a black coffee and a newspaper. And as soon as Mara walked in, he folded the paper and stared straight at her. She froze, because she knew him, not by name, not by face, but by feeling. He smiled. "Thought it would take you longer." She approached slowly. "Do I know you?" He gestured to the seat across from him. "You will. I'm not here to stay." "Oh, I know," he said. "You're passing through. Everyone who makes it out says that." Mara hesitated, then sat. "You're not real," she said. "Neither are you," he replied. She didn't answer. He poured her a cup of coffee. Steam rose in lazy curls. "I broke it," she said, voice low. "I saw. The spiral of the house, I ended it." "No," he said softly. "You opened it." Her stomach dropped. "What? You didn't finish the loop," he went on. "You stepped out of it. That's different. That's better." "Is it?" he asked, leaning forward. "A broken spiral doesn't die. It spreads." The words hit her like a whisper in her own voice. She looked down at the coffee. The surface swirled. A slow spiral. Cracked in the center. "You wrote a new path," the man said. "But not everyone knows they're walking it." "What does that mean?" "It means," he said gently, "someone else just woke up. Miles away, in a town called Drellin Hollow, a boy named Callum Avery sat bolt upright in bed. He was 11, and he just dreamed of a house he'd never seen before. Red shutters, a white door, a spiral." He blinked, trying to shake the image from his mind, but it was still there, burned in. He climbed out of bed and padded down the hall. "Mom," he whispered, poking his head into her room. She stirred. "What's wrong, honey?" "I had that dream again." Her eyes opened. "The one about the house." He nodded. She sat up, confused. "How could you even remember that?" "What do you mean?" Her hand went to her mouth. Because she remembered it too. The house, the spiral, the way it pulled. She had forgotten it for years. Until now. Until her son spoke it out loud. A wordless memory rippled through her like heat off pavement. And in the corner of the room, the wallpaper peeled back, just enough to reveal the faint outline of a spiral beneath it. Still fresh, still waiting. Mara's hands trembled. "You're telling me the spiral didn't die?" "I'm telling you," the man said. "You made it mobile." She stood up. People in the diner didn't react. They didn't look. They didn't blink. "Where is it now?" The man smiled. "In the places people forget. The cracks," he nodded. "The spaces between stares. The pause before your name. The whisper in the mirror that doesn't match your mouth." Mara's voice dropped. "It's inside people now. It always was. But now, it's awake." That night, back in Drellin Hollow, Callum drew the house. It wasn't from a photo. It was from somewhere behind his eyes. And when he finished, he pressed his hand to the paper. The spiral burned into his palm, and he smiled. Not like a child, not like a dreamer. Like someone remembering. Callum Avery hadn't told anyone about the drawing under his bed. Not his mom. Not the school counselor. Not even Jacob, his best friend since second grade. Because the picture wasn't just a drawing, it was a door. And he knew, deep down, that if he told anyone, they'd try to close it. Or worse, they'd pretend it wasn't there. That was the worst part of growing up, he thought. Adults had learned how to not see. He hadn't learned that yet. He still saw everything. The spiral came at night, but it didn't scare him. Not really. It curled up in the corners of his room like a pet watching over him. Sometimes it whispered. Not in words, but in shapes. It would make his lamp flicker in threes, or push his closet door open just a crack. He started to understand the code. Started answering it. When he finished the newest drawing, this one of a basement with no stairs, he placed it next to the others under his bed. Each picture was part of something bigger. Something that didn't want to be finished yet. He could feel it squirming beneath the lines, almost awake. That night, he whispered into the dark, "Are you still there?" The closet door creaked open half an inch. He smiled. "Me too." In another town, 500 miles south and 10 years ahead, Mara Keene sat in a diner booth with her hands wrapped around a warm mug of tea. She hadn't seen Noah in weeks. The town of Leaden Hill had disappeared the morning after her conversation with the strange man. Literally disappeared. She'd driven back and found nothing but trees. The road didn't even fork anymore. As if the town had stepped backward into a page of a book that no longer existed. But the spiral hadn't left her. Not entirely. She could still feel it sometimes, behind her thoughts, in the lines of her dreams. It didn't chase her. Didn't speak. But it lingered. Like it was watching from behind her eyes, waiting for something. Or someone. The waitress brought her the check, and Mara thanked her quietly, then reached into her coat pocket. That's when she felt it. A page, folded tight. She hadn't put it there. She unfolded it slowly, heart thumping. It was a drawing, crayon, sloppy, but familiar. A house, red shutters, a spiral on the door. Her fingers went cold. At the bottom of the page, written in shaky block letters, "I saw you." No name, no date, but she knew. Somewhere, someone new had seen the house. And that meant the spiral had found its next route. Back in Drellin Hollow, Callum woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. The number didn't scare him anymore. He slipped out of bed and went to the window. The yard was empty. The street was still. But something had changed. He could feel it in the air. The spiral wasn't in his room tonight. It was outside. He tiptoed past his mother's room and down the stairs. Opened the front door slowly. Stepped into the cold. That's when he saw it. Not the house. Not yet. But something beneath it. The grass in the front yard had bent into a spiral. Wide. Precise. As if something massive had curled into place while the world slept. He stepped into the center of it and felt a rush behind his eyes. Memories, not his. A girl writing in a notebook by candlelight. A boy with a spiral in his palm. A woman screaming behind a mirror that didn't break. They poured into him in flashes. Too fast to hold. too big to make sense of. But they were real. He blinked. And when he looked down at his hand, the mark was there, cracked like the drawing, glowing faintly. Alive. His mom found him the next morning asleep on the lawn. She didn't scream, didn't shake him. She just stood there, trembling, because she saw the spiral too, and she remembered. Only pieces. But they were enough. The dark hallway, the knocking in the walls, the voice that whispered from the floorboards, "Don't look back." She took her son inside and didn't ask questions. She knew they were both already inside the story again. The spiral moved faster now, not just in dreams, but in the waking world. Old houses with new cracks, forgotten attics that echoed when they shouldn't, children drawing symbols without knowing why. The pattern had become contagious, and it always started with one small change. For Callum, that change came in school. His teacher passed out an assignment: draw your dream house. Most kids sketched castles, or tree houses, or condos in the clouds. Callum's drawing was different, just a plain white house, red shutters, and a spiral on the door. When the teacher picked it up, her hand trembled, because she remembered seeing it once before, when she was 9, in a house that shouldn't have existed, in a town with no name. That night, she went home and pulled an old box from her attic. Inside, tucked between baby photos and high school yearbooks, was a page she hadn't seen in decades. A spiral, drawn in crayon, signed with her childhood initials, KH, and beneath it, scratched in pen, "It remembers when you do." Mara got on the road again. She didn't know where she was going, but she felt it, like gravity pulling her toward something unspoken. The cracked spiral hadn't disappeared. It had spread. The spiral wasn't a prison anymore. It was a seed, and in Drellin Hollow, it had just started to bloom. By the time Callum finished the 8th drawing, he didn't remember starting the first. He only knew he couldn't stop, not because he was obsessed, not even because he liked it, but because every time he paused, every time he let go of the crayon or looked away, something behind his ribs began to itch, like he was being watched from the inside out, like something deep in his chest wanted out, and drawing was the only thing keeping it calm. He hadn't slept in 2 days. His mom thought it was just a phase. She brought him water, left snacks by his door. Sometimes she watched from the hall, the same worry in her eyes she had when his dad left. But this was different. She didn't interrupt, because she'd seen the spiral in the backyard again, this time in the snow. It hadn't snowed in weeks, and yet there it was. Bent grass, frosted over, curled into that same broken spiral shape, cracked in the center. She didn't ask questions, because part of her had started remembering too. The drawings weren't flat anymore. By the 10th page, Callum had stopped using crayons. Now he used charcoal, not store-bought. Charcoal scraped from the bottom of the fireplace, rubbed with his fingers until his nails turned black. The pages got darker, the edges started curling, and the images took on depth. The doors had shadows now. The windows had reflections. And in one of the pages, he drew something standing behind the curtains. He didn't mean to. He didn't even remember doing it. But when he stared at that page, stared at the shape in the window, he saw his own eyes looking back, except older, wider, and cracked in the center, just like the spiral. Elsewhere, in a motel room off I-95, Mara stared at the map. It wasn't one she'd bought. It had arrived under her door in the night, folded neatly, marked in ink she didn't recognize. 10 towns, all circled, each one small, each one insignificant, each one now home to at least one report of spontaneous structures. That's what they called them on the news. Houses that shouldn't be there, built without permits, appearing overnight, some incomplete, others fully furnished, no records, no ownership, just there. At first, it was a novelty. Then, it became a pattern, because the blueprints were all the same: white siding, red shutters, a spiral on the door. Mara knew. It wasn't architecture. It was remembrance. Someone out there was rebuilding the spiral, and they were doing it better this time. Not in one place, in many. So if someone burned one house down, 10 more would stand. She folded the map and got in her car. Her hands trembled on the wheel. Because she didn't know if she was chasing the house anymore, or if the house was pulling her closer again. In Drellin Hollow, Callum finished the final drawing. Number 20. Each one had matched a room in the house he saw in his dreams. He didn't question how he knew them. He just did. It was like he was remembering something he hadn't lived yet. He stacked the pages carefully and placed them in a shoebox under his bed. That night, the dreams changed. They weren't from his eyes anymore. They were from someone else's. He watched a woman walk through an empty house. She carried a notebook. She whispered names he didn't recognize. And then she stopped in front of a door with no handle. And she said, "He's writing it again." Callum woke with a start. The drawings were gone. The box was empty. But when he looked out the window, the backyard was no longer a yard. It was foundation, wooden beams, framing, a floor where there shouldn't be one. And nailed into the center of it, carved with care, was a spiral, cracked, but still spinning. His mother didn't speak the next morning. She saw it too. She walked out to the edge of it, touched the wood. It was real, fresh, still smelled of sawdust. But no one had built it. There were no tools, no trucks, no workers, just the shape. It hadn't appeared overnight. It had grown. She backed away slowly, called her sister in another town, asked about their old house, the one they were forbidden to talk about, the one they were told had burned down when they were kids. But her sister only said one thing before hanging up. "He's writing again, isn't he?" By week's end, 5 new houses had appeared across the state. 2 were condemned immediately. 1 was moved into by squatters. 1 caught fire and refused to burn. And 1, the last one, had a tenant. A child no one remembered moving in. He answered to Callum. But it wasn't his real name. He spoke in spirals. His drawings were pinned across the walls. And when anyone tried to take them down, the nails screamed. Mara reached Drellin Hollow on a Tuesday. The town looked normal. That was the first red flag. Because it wasn't. She could feel it the moment she passed the welcome sign. The spiral had rooted here. The air was too still. The shadows too long. People crossed the street to avoid looking at her. Dogs barked from behind shut doors. And every window seemed to close a second after she passed it. She stopped at a gas station. The clerk didn't look up. She asked if there'd been any new construction lately. He handed her a folded note. Didn't say a word. Inside, it read, "He's in the ground now, and the house is growing over him." Mara didn't sleep that night. She walked the edge of the woods behind town and found the frame of the house. It wasn't complete, but it wasn't empty either. There were pages nailed to the beams, drawings, charcoal and crayon, and in the center of the floor, on hands and knees, was Callum. He looked up at her, didn't smile, didn't blink, just said, "You stopped writing." She stared at him, horrified. "I tried," she whispered. "That's why it needed me. You don't understand what you're building." "I'm not building," he said. He held out a paper. "I'm remembering." And when she took it, her breath left her lungs, because it was her. Older, drawn in brutal, stunning detail, standing exactly where she stood now, with a spiral carved across her face, and below it, written in steady block letters, "You will walk inside this house one last time." It was the sound that did it, not the drawing, not the boy, not even the spiral nailed into the floor. It was the sound, a soft, rhythmic creak that echoed through the bones of the half-built house, as if someone were swinging slowly in an attic that didn't exist yet. It came from nowhere, and it came from everywhere. The wind didn't blow. The trees didn't rustle, but the house of the house was breathing. Mara held the drawing in shaking hands. Her face stared back at her, older, more weathered, with the spiral carved neatly across her cheeks. curling over her eye like a mask. Beneath it, the words, "You will walk inside this house one last time." She looked at Callum. He didn't flinch, didn't blink. Just watched her with that eerie calm. His eyes weren't blank, though. They were too full of something ancient. Like memory had been poured into him drop by drop until it drowned whatever child he used to be. "I don't want to go in," she whispered. "You already have." "No, I haven't." Callum tilted his head. That's what the last one said. The last what? But he didn't answer. He just stood up. I brushed dust off his knees and walked toward the unfinished hallway of the house like he'd done it 1,000 times. And as he passed each wooden beam, the spiral appeared, faint and smoldering, burned into the grain as though heat followed in his wake. Mara stayed frozen, knuckles white on the edge of the page. Because this wasn't a house anymore. It was a reconstruction. Not just of a structure, but of her. Every room she had dreamed, every corridor she had written, every breath she had taken inside the spiral, all of it had been recorded, stored, and now it was rebuilding her steps piece by piece. She had seen this once, long ago, in her first dream, before she even knew what the spiral was. A house in the woods being assembled from memory. She had convinced herself it was just a dream. Now she stood in it. She dropped the drawing and turned to run. She made it 4 steps before the woods shifted, not physically, but subtly. Trees didn't block her way. The path was still clear, but her legs didn't move. It wasn't a paralysis of the body, it was choice. And she realized, with sudden clarity, that the house had never chased her. It had simply waited, because she always came back. Callum watched from the shadows, his face half lit by the spirals behind the wooden beams. He didn't smile, didn't blink. He just whispered under his breath, "She remembers enough." And the house groaned in response. The sound was like a ship coming to life underwater. Then, one by one, the rooms began to fill, not with furniture, not with dust, but with echoes, Mara's echoes. The words she had spoken in her first days inside the spiral, the screams, the writing, the tears. They repeated now in distant corners of the house, like bad radio signal bleeding through the walls. "I don't want to remember this. Don't look at the mirror. Why won't it let me leave? But Elise. Elise, is that you?" Mara clutched her ears, but the sounds weren't external. They were hers. Replayed like music in a broken room. She took a breath and stepped forward. Inside, the temperature dropped instantly. No roof, no insulation, but the air was heavy, too heavy, like memory had mass. The floor creaked beneath her feet, even though she stepped lightly. There were no lights, but she could see. Not clearly. Not by sight, but by remembrance. The walls around her flickered between raw beams and fully formed wallpaper. Sometimes both at once. Like 2 versions of the house were trying to overlap, but didn't know which was real. A spiral appeared on the floor in the next room. Not burned, drawn, in fresh blood, still wet, and at its center was a photo. She knelt carefully. It was her, age 15. Sitting on a swing outside a home she hadn't seen in years. She didn't remember the photo ever being taken. But here it was. And behind her in the picture, barely visible in the trees, was the outline of this house. She looked up sharply. The walls around her groaned. Something moved upstairs. Footsteps, not Callum's. Too heavy, too slow. She climbed the stairs. Every step felt familiar. Every handrail scratch. Every carpet stain. This was a house that knew her. No, not just her. It knew every version of her. The girl who rode her way out. The woman who tried to forget. The child who saw it before it was built. And the one who, soon, would walk its halls again for the last time. At the top of the stairs was a hallway. The spiral was painted across the door at the end. She reached for the handle. Paused. "Don't," said a voice behind her. She turned. It was Callum. His eyes were wider now. Something inside them spinning, something frantic. "You can't go in there," he said. "You built this for me." "I remembered it for you," he corrected. That room wasn't in the drawings. It's not supposed to exist. Then why is it here? He swallowed hard. Because the house remembers more than I do now. She stepped toward the door. Don't, he begged. If you go in, you won't come out the same. Then what's on the other side? He looked down. Then whispered the spiral without its skin. She opened the door. The room was pitch black, not dark, erased, like light had never existed here. And in the center, floating, was a mirror. But it didn't show her reflection. It showed a timeline. Each version of her walking the same halls. Each version writing their way out. Each version failing. Each version feeding the spiral. Because the spiral didn't want obedience. It wanted resistance. That's what made it grow. She reached toward the glass. Her hand passed through, and something grabbed her wrist from the other side. She screamed. But she didn't pull away, because she knew that grip, it was hers. From another time. Another version, one who had never escaped. Still stuck inside the old house, still writing. She looked past the mirror and saw her other self, cracked, bleeding, scribbling desperately on a page that caught fire as she wrote, mouth moving with no sound, trapped, but alive. Barely. The grip tightened, then released. Mara fell backward panting. The door slammed shut behind her. Callum was gone. So were the stairs, and the spiral on the floor now spun in reverse. There was no floor under her anymore. No ceiling. No door. Just a soft humming, like breath inside a lung too old to belong to a living thing. Mara floated, or maybe fell. It was hard to tell. Gravity didn't work here. Time didn't either. All she could hear was scratching. Slow, rhythmic. The sound of pen against paper. And beneath that, barely audible, was something speaking the words as they were written. A half-second before the pen moved. That's when she realized the words were hers. Not from today. Not from the present. From a version of her that had been left behind. Still writing. Still trying to finish the story. Still believing there was a way out that didn't circle back in. She opened her eyes. She stood in the same room again. But not quite. It was off. The wallpaper was rotted, the carpet torn. The spiral above the door warped like it had been melted and reshaped. The lights blinked overhead, even though no electricity should have been running. The house groaned, like it was breathing shallowly, like it was sick. And she could smell something familiar in the air, burned paper. Someone was still writing. She followed the sound. Down a hallway that didn't match any of her blueprints. Left, then right. Twisting corners. Each turn led to a room that didn't exist in her memory, but felt carved out of her thoughts anyway. She passed a room filled with mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of her, aged differently, injured differently, afraid differently. Some screamed. Some cried. Some just stared. She didn't stop. Not until she reached the door at the end of the hall. It was black, not painted, burned. And carved into its surface was a message, "Do not disturb what still writes." She pushed it open anyway. Inside was her, but older, thinner, fingers stained in ink and blood. She sat at a desk lit by a single candle that never melted. Her hair was matted. Her eyes were too wide. Her spine hunched forward like she'd never stood upright. Pages lay around her like feathers from a slaughtered bird, each one covered in words, half scorched, fading at the edges like memory worn out by time. Mara stepped forward. The other her didn't look up, just kept writing. Over and over again, in a whisper, there is no ending, only entries. There is no exit, only editing. If I stop writing, I stop existing. If I stop existing, it starts again. Mara whispered, "You're me." The woman didn't flinch. "No. I'm what's left of you after you stop choosing. I'm what happens when you follow every spiral without stepping out." I stepped out. You stepped out of one. But not this one. This one lives inside you now. Mara looked down at her own hand. The mark was back. The spiral. But this time, it wasn't cracked. It was growing. She stumbled back. "No. I broke it. I remember breaking it. And then you remembered it again, the older Mara said softly. That's all it takes. Memory is the mortar. Thought is the nail. You looked at the blueprint again, and it built itself in you. Then how do I stop it? The older her looked up, eyes sunken, but burning. You don't write the spiral to stop it. You write away from it. You write something the spiral doesn't understand. What does that mean? She looked down at her own hands, her own notebook, her own story. You write the one thing the spiral can't consume. Mara swallowed. Witches. The answer came as a whisper from behind her, not from the old self, but from Callum, now standing in the doorway, expression hollow, voice thin. You write the truth. Mara turned. The house tilted, not like a building, like a thought coming undone. Callum stepped inside. The air bent around him. He wasn't just a child anymore. His shadow was too long, his fingers slightly too jointed, his pupils shaped like spirals, tiny, spinning slow. The house liked him. That much was clear. The walls didn't creak when he walked. The spiral in the floor glowed faintly as he passed it. He was part of the blueprint now. Integrated. I didn't know it would end like this, he said. End like what? Mara asked. Like you remembering me before I existed. What are you talking about? Callum stepped closer, held out a page. She didn't take it. Not at first, because she recognized the ink, recognized the handwriting. It was hers. It was dated 2 years before today. She had written about Callum before he was born. She took the page with trembling hands. It was a scene. A child drawing spirals on the walls of a town with no name. A child who built a house from memory. A child who smiled when the floor cracked. She whispered, I wrote you? No, Callum said. You released me. He stepped closer, took her hand, held it against the spiral now pulsing on her palm. You were the key, he whispered. The first to see it from the inside and walk away. She pulled her hand back. No, I didn't make you. You made space for me. The house began to shift. Rooms twisting, doors folding. The mirrors down the hallway shattered one by one. Every version of Mara blinked out. Every scream cut short. The spiral was collapsing, or changing, or waking up as something else. The old Mara at the desk stood slowly. Her candle flickered, and she said one final thing before the wind blew her pages away. Finish the story. Not for you. For the ones who haven't seen it yet. Mara ran, not away from the house, but through it. Corridors split behind her. Stairs unraveled into strings. Callum followed, not running, just gliding, always one room behind. The spiral began to stutter, turning faster, then slower, then backward. The air filled with whispers, thousands of voices, all versions of her. I never meant to stay, I only wrote to escape. I think I built the door by accident. She reached the front hall. The door was open. The outside world lay beyond it, but she hesitated, because the truth was this: there was no outside anymore. Just another memory, just another version. The spiral wasn't a house, it was a pattern, and now it was inside her. Unless, she turned, faced Callum, held up the page he gave her, and she tore it in half. His eyes went wide. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The house cracked down the middle. The walls screamed. And for a moment, just one beat, Mara heard silence. True silence. Then she stepped through the front door, and the world reset. She was standing in her old bedroom, the real one, age 15. The day her father disappeared, the day she first dreamed of a spiral. Only now, she had something she didn't have back then. She had memory, and the will to change the story. She picked up her pen, and began again. The world looked the same, but the seams no longer held. Mara sat on the edge of her old twin bed, her 15-year-old legs swinging above the carpet like they used to, the dull thud of her heels hitting the bed frame in a slow, nervous rhythm. Outside, the wind hissed through half-cracked windows. The sun was setting, but the shadows stretched too long, like they were leaning in just to hear her breathe. Everything in the room was as she remembered it. The posters. The journals stacked crookedly on the desk. The sweater she hadn't seen in years, draped over the chair like it had been waiting. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the notebook in her lap. It was already full. She hadn't touched it, hadn't picked up a pen, hadn't written a single word. But the pages were covered in her handwriting, pages that hadn't existed before. The ink was still wet. She flipped through them, breath catching. Each entry mirrored her current thoughts, her current fears, her doubts, her moments of confusion when she first saw the spiral. Even this exact moment, written in perfect tense, I sit on the edge of the bed, flipping pages I didn't write, afraid of what the last one will say. Mara stopped. Her fingers hovered over the final page. It was blank, but not truly. Because if the spiral had taught her anything, it was this: blank pages are never empty. They just haven't decided what they want to become. She closed the notebook slowly. Her heart pounded. This wasn't a reset. This was a draft. A new version of a story the spiral had rewritten more times than she could count. Every time she thought she'd escape, it had only edited her trajectory, cut a paragraph, rearranged a chapter, changed a detail. But the story remained the same. And she was tired of being a character. That night, the hallway was darker than it should have been. Her mother's room at the end of it was quiet. No light under the door, no soft murmuring of the television she used to fall asleep to. It felt paused, like a background detail waiting for the main plot to resume. Mara walked quietly, avoiding the spots in the floor that used to creak. She passed the mirror by the stairs, didn't look in it. Not because she was afraid of what she might see, but because she already knew what was there. Another version, still trapped, still staring back, still hoping the next Mara would finally get it right. She crept into the kitchen, turned on the light. It didn't flicker. That unsettled her more than if it had, because nothing was ever stable in spiral space. Not unless it wanted to seem that way. She opened the fridge, took out a bottle of water, and paused. There, on the inside of the fridge door, behind a photo of her and her father at the lake, was a slip of paper. She peeled it off. Read it. One word, written in slanted, tight letters: don't. No punctuation, no context. She flipped it over. The other side was blank, but she knew what it meant. She knew what it always meant. Don't open the basement door. The basement. It had always been there, in every version of the house. Sometimes hidden, sometimes obvious. Sometimes it was just a trapdoor. Sometimes a full stairwell behind a bookshelf. But it was always waiting, and Mara had opened it too many times. This time she wouldn't. This time she'd write a different story. She picked up the notebook again, flipped to the last page, took out a pen from the junk drawer. But as soon as she touched the tip to the paper, the lights in the kitchen went out. Not a flicker, a full cut, black, and then creaking upstairs, one step, then two, then a pause, then another. Something was walking across her bedroom above. She didn't move, didn't breathe. She knew that rhythm. She'd written it before. The sound comes slowly at first, like someone pacing, but heavier, like a memory in boots. She clutched the notebook tight. The kitchen filled with that sound. Writing. Not hers. It came from the walls. Not on them, in them. The very house had started to draft again. Words carved themselves across the wallpaper in long, looping script. Like veins, but sentences. She stepped back. Watched as the wallpaper bled ink. She tries not to look, but she knows it's already inside her again. The spiral doesn't need doors anymore. No, she whispered. Not this time. She ran. Out the back door. Into the yard. Into the cold. The wind slapped her face. But she kept running until the house was out of sight. She found herself back in the woods. And she realized the trees weren't the same. They were spaced differently. Like the forest had been redrawn by a different artist. This was still the spiral. It had followed her here too. But instead of consuming her, it was now offering her a choice. A cruel one. In front of her, two paths. One with fog so thick she couldn't see past the first few feet. The other bathed in moonlight, calm, still, almost inviting. She knew enough to understand what that meant. The easy path was the lie. She took the fog. Inside the fog, time folded. She saw memories from lives that weren't hers. A boy screaming as the floor gave way. A woman trying to rip a spiral out of her chest. A child drawing a door on the wall and walking through it like paper. None of it made sense, until she saw the last one. Callum, younger, before the spiral, smiling, drawing just to draw, a normal child, before she ever wrote him. Before she remembered him into existence, he looked at her, right at her. "Do you know how to end it yet?" he asked. "I think so," she whispered. He held out a crayon, not a pen, not ink, something simpler, more honest. "Then write it the way you wish it had been," he said. "Not the way it was." She took the crayon, stepped through the last of the fog, and emerged into a room she had never seen. A blank room, 4 walls, no spiral, no memory, no weight. It was a beginning, and it was waiting. She took a breath, knelt down, and drew, not a house, not a door, not a spiral, but a sunrise, and under it a girl walking away, no notebook in hand, no story chasing her, just footprints in sand. And for the first time in her life, Mara wrote words that weren't borrowed. She left, and nothing followed, and that was enough. Behind her, something screamed. Not a creature, not a voice, but the spiral itself, a dry, brittle sound. Like a symbol being shredded, like pages being erased, like an idea dying. She didn't look back, didn't have to, because she knew, this time, she hadn't escaped. She'd rewritten the exit, and the spiral couldn't follow her there. Mara stood in the blank room for what felt like hours. The crayon drawing glowed faintly on the floor, an orange sunrise, a small figure walking away. No spiral, no door, no house. It was crude, childlike, shaky with haste, but it was hers, not memory, not inheritance, not draft, choice. The silence held, no whispers, no groaning beams. No pages flapping in phantom wind. For the first time in her life, Mara realized she couldn't hear the spiral, and the absence of it was deafening. She knelt closer to the drawing. It was still warm, as though the wax lines carried blood instead of color. She traced the sun with her fingertip, and for a moment she felt hope, sharp, almost painful hope. Then the wall cracked. It didn't shatter, didn't fall. It peeled, as if the plaster were only paper. Behind it, Mara saw not wood or stone, but another world entirely. A classroom. Children hunched over desks. A teacher pacing slowly between rows. And at one desk near the front sat Callum. He wasn't drawing the spiral. He was copying notes from the board, same as the other kids. Normal. 11 years old. Alive. His hair was messy, his pencil chewed, his shoes scuffed. But Mara knew. She knew the spiral hadn't died. It had simply translated. She watched as Callum paused, rubbed his eyes, and drew a line absent-mindedly in the margin of his paper. Just one line, curved, unfinished. A fragment of a spiral. The room around her trembled. She stepped back, heart hammering. The sunrise she had drawn was fading, not erased, not destroyed, just overwritten. The blank room folded in on itself, twisting her forward like a page turning. Mara fell, slammed into grass, and gasped for air. She was outside again. Not the house, not the woods, a playground. Children laughed, shouted, ran across asphalt painted with faded hopscotch lines. The sun was high, too bright. It wasn't natural daylight. It was staged, fixed, like a spotlight hung over the sky. Mara pushed herself up and staggered toward the swing set. There, sitting on the middle swing, was a girl with pale skin and dark hair. She was maybe 9. She dragged her shoes in the dirt, back and forth, gently rocking. Her eyes were fixed on the ground. Mara froze, because she recognized the child. It was herself. Not the broken version she had seen hunched over the endless notebook. Not the teenager waiting for the spiral to come. This was her before all of it, innocent, unaware, untouched. Mara approached carefully. The girl looked up and smiled. "You finally made it," she said. Mara's throat closed. "What is this?" "It's the part you skipped," the girl said, The beginning you never remembered. The one they never let you write. She pointed at the sand beneath the swings. Mara looked down. A spiral was carved there. But it was wrong. It wasn't endless. It didn't close. It stopped halfway, splitting into a crooked line. "This was your spiral," the girl said. "Before you gave it away. I never. You did. When you looked at the house for the first time. When you let it show you a version that wasn't yours. You've been living inside its story ever since." Mara knelt, tears burning her eyes. "Then how do I take it back?" The girl tilted her head. "You don't. You've written too much. You're not the beginning anymore. You're just an echo." Mara's chest ached. "Then who is?" The girl smiled again. "He is." She pointed across the playground. Callum stood by the slide, holding his notebook, scribbling with furious energy. Other children played around him, oblivious. But Mara could see the air bending. Each stroke of his pencil warped the shadows on the ground. The metal slide lengthened. The monkey bars twisted. The jungle gym bent inward, resembling beams of a house that wasn't there yet. "No," Mara whispered. She ran toward him. But halfway across the playground, the asphalt cracked beneath her. A spiral began carving itself into the ground, massive, swallowing the painted hopscotch lines. Children screamed as it spread, but their screams distorted, flattened, and replayed on loop like recordings. Callum didn't notice. He just kept drawing. Mara lunged, grabbed his arm. "Stop!" He looked up at her. His eyes weren't blank. They were full of words, full of pages, full of her handwriting. "You gave me this," he said softly. "No, I didn't mean to. You don't have to mean it. You just have to remember it." The spiral on the ground spun faster. The playground bent. The children dissolved into echoes. And Callum leaned close, whispering into her ear, "Every time you try to end it, you just make it stronger. You taught me that." Mara's hands shook as she held him. "What happens if I let go?" she asked. Callum smiled. "Then I finish it." The spiral reached the edge of the playground. The swings twisted into chains. The slide stretched into a stairwell. The monkey bars became beams, snapping into place. The house was rebuilding itself here, in daylight, in front of her. Not from memory, not from drafts, but from inheritance. Callum wasn't just a character anymore. He was an author. Mara stumbled back as walls rose around them. Windows, shutters, red, and etched across the front door. Sharper than she had ever seen it, was the spiral. Not cracked, not broken, whole, alive, spinning. Callum stepped toward it. Mara screamed his name. But the notebook in his hands opened, and the words wrote themselves. "She calls my name, but she doesn't understand. This was never her story to end. It was mine all along." The door opened, and he walked inside. Mara stood frozen, staring at the house that should not exist, rebuilt from the laughter of children and the memory of her own mistakes. The playground was gone. The sky dimmed. The spiral had chosen its new center. And Mara understood the cruelest truth of all. She hadn't escaped. She'd passed it on. The house wasn't hidden. That was the most unsettling part. It stood in plain sight at the edge of Drellin Hollow, on a plot of land everyone swore had been empty yesterday. White siding, red shutters, spiral etched into the front door. No weeds, no dust, no signs of construction, as though it had been there forever. And the strangest thing, nobody asked questions. Not out loud. People drove by it on their way to work. Children passed it on their walk to school. The mail carrier delivered to its box. But their eyes slid past it, refusing to linger. The human mind was good at protecting itself, good at pretending. But not everyone could ignore it. Some people felt the tug, the itch in the back of the skull, the whisper that said you've been here before. And those people, inevitably, stopped. The first was a teenage girl named Rowan. She wasn't from Drellin Hollow. She was visiting cousins for the summer. On the second day, she walked past the house while biking toward the creek. She didn't mean to stop, but her brakes squealed hard, jolting her to a halt. She stared at the door. Something about the spiral made her stomach twist. Her cousins yelled for her from down the street, but she couldn't move. Her throat went dry, and for a second she saw, clear as memory, herself inside, standing at the top of a staircase, looking down into darkness. When her cousins tugged her arm, she jerked back to reality. She didn't say a word. But that night, she dreamed of the staircase again. The second was a mailman. His name was Frank, and he'd been delivering to Drellin Hollow for nearly 20 years. He prided himself on knowing every face, every address. So, when the new house appeared, he frowned. He checked his route sheet twice. The address was listed. Had always been listed. He slipped the envelope through the slot and froze. For the briefest second, he swore a hand brushed his fingers from the other side. He staggered back, heart pounding, but the slot was closed. The door still. The spiral faintly glowing. He told no one. But when he got home, he found the same envelope sitting on his own kitchen table. His name written across it in handwriting he didn't recognize. The third was a woman named Leela. She had lost her daughter years ago, a tragedy that left her hollow, her grief a wound that never closed. She walked past the house every evening on her way back from work. The first time, she thought she heard a voice call her name. The second time, she thought she saw movement in the upstairs window. The third time, she heard her daughter's laugh. She stood frozen on the sidewalk, tears streaming down her face. The curtains fluttered. The window opened an inch, and a child's hand waved. She collapsed to her knees. When she looked again, the window was shut. But she returned the next night, and the next, because sometimes the house didn't pull you with fear. Sometimes it pulled you with hope. Mara knew. From miles away, she felt the tug in her bones. Callum was no longer just remembering the house. He was writing its doors open, inviting people in. Not with force, but with hunger disguised as recognition. She drove through Drellin Hollow at dusk, her car slowing as if against her will. She parked across the street, watched the lights flicker on inside. Not electric light, candlelight. Too many candles, dozens glowing behind the curtains. She thought of Elise, of Noah, of every version of herself who had walked into that place. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel. The cracked spiral she'd drawn in the blank room still lived in her chest. She could feel it resisting, twisting, warning her. But Callum's spiral was stronger now. Whole, clean, ready, and it was waiting, for her. For them, for anyone who dared to look too long. Inside, Callum sat at the kitchen table. His notebook lay open. Pages fluttered in a wind that wasn't there. Each page wrote itself names, faces, small details. He didn't force it. He didn't even hold the pen. The house wrote through him now, fingers guiding his like a puppet. And when the first knock came on the door, he didn't look up. He just whispered the words he had learned to whisper in dreams. Welcome home. The spiral on the door pulsed. The knob turned, and the first visitor stepped inside. The street was empty. Every house on Sycamore Lane had its lights off, curtains drawn, driveways abandoned. Not a single engine rumbled. Not a single voice echoed. The world had thinned around the house like wax melting off a candle, and Mara could feel it in her teeth. The spiral wasn't hiding anymore. It was inviting. Mara stood on the sidewalk, staring at the house that should not have existed. Not here, not again. And yet here it was, pristine, whole, and impossible. Its siding glowed faintly under the streetlights. The spiral on the door had grown. It stretched beyond the wood now, etched into the threshold, the porch, the walls. And as she stepped forward, it pulsed beneath her shoes. Not metaphorically. Literally. The ground breathed. She clutched the broken notebook to her chest. The one she'd nearly burned weeks ago. The one with the torn pages, half-formed thoughts, and spirals she'd once drawn by accident. Only now she saw them for what they really were, a map, or maybe a trap, each line a corridor, each loop a decision. She pressed her palm against the spiral on the door. It was warm, like skin. The door opened before she turned the knob. Of course it did. Inside, the house had changed again. Not in architecture, in tone. It was too still, too clean, too quiet, like a stage before the actors arrive. And Mara realized, maybe she hadn't come early. Maybe she was the last one. The living room was lit with soft, flickering light. Not electric, candlelight again. Always candles. But they were arranged in a pattern now. Circles overlapping, spirals nested in spirals. The flames leaned inward as if breathing in unison. And on the floor, at the center of it all, sat Callum. Legs crossed, eyes closed, hands open on his knees, palms up, fingers twitching slightly like he was typing on a keyboard made of air. The notebook rested in his lap, still writing itself. "Callum," she said softly. His head turned slightly, but his eyes didn't open. "You came back," he whispered. "I had to." "No, you chose to." She stepped closer. The candles didn't flicker. He didn't look at her, but his voice carried, heavy and hollow. "It's almost done," he said. "What is?" He smiled. "This version." She froze. "What version?" "The one where you think you're the last page." He opened his eyes, and Mara saw her own face reflected in them. Not how she was now, but how she'd looked when the spiral first took hold. Wide-eyed, curious, hopeful. That hurt more than anything. Callum looked down at the notebook. He flipped a page. "It's not the house," he said. "That's what you never understood. It never was." "Then what is it?" He held up the notebook. "This, the act of telling it. That's the spiral." Mara's throat closed. Callum continued. "Every time you remember it, every time you explain it, every time you write it down, you stretch it. You wrap it around new people, around new places. It doesn't haunt spaces. It haunts versions." The house shifted around them. The wallpaper peeled backward. The couch sagged and groaned. The rug lifted at the corners, revealing floorboards scarred with names, hundreds of them, etched with tiny blades or burned into the wood. Mara saw hers, No's, Elise's, Callum's, even names she didn't know. "I'm not here to stop you," she said. He nodded. "I know. I'm here to end it." Callum's smile faded. "That's what the last one said too." "What last one?" He reached behind him and pulled a mirror from beneath the table. He set it in front of her. It wasn't a reflection. It was a replay. Mara saw herself from weeks ago, holding the crayon in the blank room, drawing the sunrise. "You thought that was your way out," he said. "It was." He shook his head. "No, it was just a footnote. And you wrote it in crayon." He touched the notebook again. Pages flipped, then stopped. He held up the last one. It was blank, except for one sentence. She steps forward, thinking this time will be different. Mara didn't move. Callum leaned forward, whispered, "But it's never different. Because you still want it to mean something. You still want to give it shape." He stood. The candle flames surged as he did, and the spiral above them began to glow. "You want to end it," he said. "Then stop writing." Mara looked at the notebook in her hands. Her old one, the one she never fully burned. It was empty now, except for one word again. She clenched her fist around it. It burned. She didn't care. She stepped into the spiral. The real one. The one Callum had written across the floor. The candles bent toward her. The floorboards groaned. She knelt. And for the first time in her life, she didn't write. She ripped. The notebook tore down the spine. Callum shouted. The flames went out. The spiral screamed. Not aloud, in her head, in her blood. Every version of the house she'd ever seen collapsed at once. The red shutters, the creaking stairs, the cracked mirror, the basement door, all of it folded inward. Callum stumbled backward, clutching his head. No, you can't. You chose this. You opened it. You remembered me. And now I forget you, Mara said. She threw the torn pieces of the notebook into the dark, and the dark shuddered. She closed her eyes, and finally, she did not imagine an ending. She just let go. She woke on her porch. Sunlight, birdsong, no spiral, no notebook. Her palms were clean. She stood, heart pounding, walked into her house. Nothing strange, nothing wrong. The rooms were as they should be. No shifting walls, no breathing floorboards, no child's laughter in the attic. She walked to the mirror in the hallway, looked at herself. No spiral in her eyes, no cracks in the glass. She was just Mara, and for the first time in years, she said her name aloud. It felt solid, real. She walked outside, and the house across the street, gone, not empty, just never there, like a memory someone else had finally forgotten. Mara didn't speak about it, not at first. She didn't write anything, didn't draw, didn't dare whisper into the dark. Even when silence curled around her like smoke, and the house creaked in ways it hadn't before, she didn't flinch. She cooked. She cleaned. She answered the phone when it rang, even though it never did before. She smiled at the mailman. Waved to the neighbors. She pretended. Because she knew pretending worked, for a while. But something about the quiet felt dishonest. She hadn't escaped the spiral. She'd only stepped outside its perimeter. Let go of the story, yes. But what about the ones still trapped inside? She started to dream again, but not about the house. Not anymore. She dreamed of people, faces without names, some screaming, some silent. Some just staring at her like she was supposed to know what they meant. She'd wake with their images scorched behind her eyes. She'd scribble them blindly on napkins, on the backs of bills, on fogged mirrors, always shaking when she finished. But when she'd try to look again, the sketches would be gone, burned away or replaced with blankness, like the spiral was still editing her life, even from a distance. That's when she realized she wasn't being haunted. She was being remembered. The first one came 3 days after she stopped dreaming. A girl, no older than 7, standing at the edge of Mara's driveway, arms limp at her sides, head tilted too far to the left like her neck was made of cloth instead of bone. Mara spotted her through the kitchen window. She stepped outside slowly, unsure whether to speak or run. The girl didn't blink. She didn't smile. She didn't move. She just whispered, "You left us there." Mara didn't answer. Couldn't. By the time she made it down the porch steps, the girl was gone. But where she'd stood, the grass had curled inward in a faint spiral. The second came the next night. A man, older, tall, wearing a coat that looked soaked through, though it hadn't rained in days. He stood in her hallway. Not outside, not knocking. Inside. She found him when she went to turn off the lights. He stared at a blank wall like it was showing him a movie only he could see. "I waited on the 3rd floor," he said, voice brittle. "You were supposed to come back for me." "I don't know you," Mara whispered. He turned. His eyes were dry, too dry, like they'd been burned clean. "No," he said, "but I know you." She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, he was gone. But the wall he'd been staring at had words carved into it, tiny, deep, desperate scratches. "Daonests dalur damio rit stopes hal ding." By the 5th visitor, Mara stopped being afraid. She started keeping a journal again, not to tell a story, not to remember, but to name them. Each one who came, each one who whispered their unfinished ending. Some came angry, some came broken. Some came as flickers in the corner of her eye, just a breath against her cheek, or a handprint on the foggy mirror, or a voice humming an unfinished tune. And she realized what she had done. She hadn't destroyed the spiral. She had orphaned it, left it without a house, without a vessel, without a central mind to shape it. And now it wandered, fragmented, looking for new authors, looking for new homes. One night, Mara lit every candle she owned and sat in the center of her living room, the notebook in her lap. But she didn't write, she just waited. And eventually, she heard the footsteps, light, cautious, from the attic. She hadn't opened the attic door since she moved back. She didn't even remember there was an attic. But the footsteps were coming from above her head, soft as breath. She stood, walked up the stairs, one by one. The air grew colder. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. The attic door waited at the end. No knob, just a rope hanging from the ceiling. She pulled it. and the ladder creaked down, slow and heavy, like it hadn't been used in years. She climbed. Each rung splintered beneath her hands, but she didn't stop. When she pushed open the hatch, the attic was empty. Mostly, except for the boy. Callum, sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, eyes closed. Not writing, just rocking slowly. She stepped closer. "Callum?" He didn't answer. She knelt beside him, laid a hand on his back. He flinched, but didn't pull away. "You broke it," he whispered. "I tried to set us free. You left too soon." Mara blinked. "I thought it was the only way." "It wasn't finished," he said. "So now we're still in it." She looked around. The attic was shifting. The walls weren't real. They were pages, covered in drawings, symbols, loops, all sketched in frantic, childish lines. Spirals. Everywhere. Some of them cracked, some of them unfinished, and some of them moving. She touched one, and felt a memory scream through her fingers. A woman jumping out a third-story window. A basement filled with water and teeth. A door opening onto nothing but mirrors. She jerked her hand back. Callum looked at her finally. "Maybe the only way to end it is to finish telling it, but it feeds on that." "No," he said. "It feeds on unwritten endings." Mara's blood went cold. "You're saying," he nodded, "we can't destroy it by forgetting. We have to close it." He pulled a pencil from his sleeve and handed it to her. "You have to tell the last version, the real one, the one that doesn't loop, the one where no one escapes, no one survives, no one walks away." Mara's hand trembled. "I don't want to write that." Callum smiled sadly. "That's why you have to." That night, Mara sat down at her desk and opened a new notebook. The final one. She didn't title it. She didn't date it. She just began, "There was a house," but not anymore. Now, it's a story, and stories, when left open too long, start to rot. Mara didn't light candles this time. She didn't draw a circle or whisper any protective words. She didn't put on music, didn't pull the blinds. There was no ritual, no safety net. There was only the desk, the empty notebook, and the pencil Callum had given her. Short, bitten at the end, smudged with someone else's fingerprints. She knew what would happen once she began writing again. Not immediately. The spiral had patience now. It had learned from her. The moment her pencil touched the page, something in the world would lean toward her. Quietly, gently, almost lovingly. Because it didn't need violence anymore. It needed permission. And she had picked up the pencil. That was enough. She wrote the first line slowly, as if testing the weight of every word. There was a house no one remembered building. The moment the graphite dragged across paper, the air shifted, a breeze. From nowhere, from inside the walls, she paused, listened. Nothing. But the silence had shaped now, like it was watching her. She kept going. It stood at the edge of a forest that never appeared on any map. People passed it every day and forgot it the moment they turned their backs. But the house didn't mind. The house had always known it would be remembered, eventually. She stopped. The pages of her old journals rustled behind her. She turned. They were closed, stacked neatly. But one was on the floor now, open to a page that hadn't existed before. It read, "She tries to end the story, but she doesn't realize. She's not the narrator anymore." She stood so fast her chair toppled. The walls sighed. The lights dimmed. The windows fogged over. Something brushed her ankle, and she looked down, heart pounding. Not a rat. Not a shadow. A single sheet of torn paper, curling upward at the edges, floating like it wanted to be seen. She picked it up. It was part of her crayon drawing, the one with the sunrise. But it was burned now, charred black around the edges. And in the center, in new handwriting she didn't recognize, someone had added, "That was never yours to draw." She dropped it. Her chest clenched. The spiral had let her go not because she'd beaten it, but because it had outgrown her. She wasn't the main character anymore. She was the ending it had been waiting for. Mara ran outside. The street was empty, dead quiet, but the wind shifted again, and across the road, at the end of the Cul de Sac, she saw it. The house. Whole, undeniable, not imagined, not remembered. Real, red shutters, curtains fluttering, a flickering light in the attic window, and on the door, carved fresh and wet, was a new spiral. Her spiral. The broken one. The unfinished one. The one she had tried to destroy. It hadn't vanished. It had grown up. Now it stood at the center of something vast, something architectural and alive, made not from dreams or drawings, but from retellings. And Mara realized with sick certainty she had inspired it, not ended it. She crossed the street on numb feet. She didn't knock. She didn't need to. The door opened before she touched it. Inside was nothing she recognized. The house had changed. It was massive now. Endless. Corridors that stretched forever. Rooms nested inside rooms. Ceilings that rose into fog. Floors that shifted between tile and hardwood and water. Stairs that curved like vertebrae. She stepped in, and the door closed behind her. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Faint, scraping, child-sized. She followed them. Room after room, each stranger than the last. One was filled entirely with televisions, hundreds of them, all flickering static. But in the center screen she saw herself, sitting at the desk, writing, not just now but years ago, in every stage of her life, every version, all of them looping the same phrases. Another room was upside down. Furniture on the ceiling, carpet above her head, a chandelier dripping upward. In another, Elise stood in the corner, back turned, whispering into the wall. Mara called her name. She didn't move. And then Mara reached the final door. No spiral on this one, just a mirror. Cracked, bleeding light from its seams. She touched it. The glass rippled, and she stepped through. It wasn't a room. It was a page, but not paper. This one was alive. She stood on a floor of ink, moving beneath her feet like water. The walls were scrawled with versions of the spiral, some elegant, others childish. All repeating the same words over and over. I don't want to remember. It was supposed to end with me. Please don't write this part. In the center stood Callum, older now, 16, maybe 17, eyes sunken, hands black with graphite. He was no longer a boy. He was the book. She saw it then. His skin was stitched with phrases, every inch of him tattooed in memories that weren't his. He turned to her slowly. Mara, he said. She didn't speak. You were supposed to finish it. I tried. You stopped too early. You told me to. I know, he said. That was the test. She looked around. What is this place? The last draft. I don't understand. Callum stepped forward. You thought you were breaking the spiral, but you were just pausing the page. And when you left, it didn't end. It waited. Now it wants its final version, and it wants it from you. Mara swallowed hard. I can't give it that. Yes, you can. I won't. He leaned close and whispered, then it will take it. The floor cracked. Ink sprayed upward, black and cold, and Mara screamed. Hands reached from the dark, fingers made of wire and smoke and paper edges. They grabbed her ankles, her wrists, her mouth. They weren't pulling her down. They were rewriting her. She felt her memories splinter, faces warping, places rearranging, truths dissolving. Her name stuttered in her throat. She looked at Callum. He didn't move. Didn't blink. He just mouthed one word, finish. She reached into her pocket, gasping. The pencil was still there. Splintered. Almost broken. She held it tight, then drew. A single line. Crooked. Cracked. But hers. The spiral recoiled. Screeched without sound. The ink froze. The hands shattered. And the room began to collapse. Callum smiled. Good. Mara woke up on the floor of her old bedroom. Sunlight spilled through the curtains. The desk was empty. No notebook. No pencil. No spiral. But her hands, covered in ink. She stared at them, then at the mirror on the wall. There was one new line across her cheek. A scar, maybe. Or a crack. Or the start of a spiral. She couldn't tell. Not yet. Mara didn't leave the house for 3 days. Not because she was afraid. That emotion had long since passed through her, chewed clean by worse things. It wasn't even shock, not really. It was a sort of mourning, a numb, hollowed quiet that came after realizing She had spent her entire life trying to end something that had never truly begun. Something that was born before her, through her, and after all her resistance, still remained inside her. The mirror no longer cracked when she looked into it, but the reflection wasn't right either. Her face looked like a version she didn't remember choosing, older in places, younger in others. Her eyes held too many memories for one lifetime. Her hands twitched when idle, as if still desperate to finish some sentence left half said. On the morning of the fourth day, she opened the closet and found a box that hadn't been there before, plain, unmarked. Inside it a single sheet of paper. No spiral, no drawings. Just 2 words in black pencil, one more. She didn't need to ask from whom. The spiral had learned patience. It didn't claw anymore. It waited. It knocked. And it offered. That night, she returned to the desk. She lit no candles this time, because she knew now that light didn't save anyone. It just gave you a better view of what you were already becoming. She picked up a fresh notebook, one she hadn't touched before. No bent corners, no forgotten memories inside. Clean, blank, but the spiral wasn't in the pages now. It was in her. Her breath slowed, her hand steadied, and she began to write. Not a story, not a draft, not an escape. A confession. I used to think the spiral had a center, a purpose, a final chapter. But maybe it never did. Maybe the spiral doesn't want to end. Maybe it only wants to keep being remembered. Her vision blurred, not from tears, but from something beneath her skin. A vibration, a low hum like distant thunder circling her ribs. She pressed on, and maybe the spiral isn't a curse. It's a question. What happens when a story forgets how to stop? The moment she wrote that line, the wind returned. But it didn't come from the windows this time. It came up from the floorboards. A low gust, warm and strange. Like breath that had waited too long to be exhaled. She didn't stop. I thought I was trying to finish it. I was wrong. I was trying to win. I wanted the last word. But there's no last word. There's just the person who stops writing first. The spiral wasn't punishing her anymore. It was watching her. Maybe even listening. Mara closed the notebook gently halfway through the page and whispered, I'm not writing you an ending. I'm writing you a grave. The spiral screamed. But not in sound, in memory. She was back in the house, the first version, the true version. The creaking steps, the rotted hallway, the red door at the end that never opened but was always about to. Only this time, she wasn't Mara. She wasn't anything. She was every version she'd ever been. The child, the woman, the writer, the echo. She stood in front of the door with nothing but the last notebook and a pencil worn down to the nub. The spiral spun on the wood. Tight. Fresh. Breathing. This wasn't the house from before. This was the original. The one none of them had ever reached. The one that wrote all the others. She opened the notebook and drew her spiral, shaky, broken, incomplete. Then she did what none of them had ever dared. She stopped. She put down the pencil. And she stepped through the door. There was no basement, no darkness, no ghost, only shelves. Thousands of them, each one filled with notebooks. Some were burned. Some were scribbled to the margins. Some were blank, waiting. And she knew this was where every version had ended up. Elise's story, Noah's screams, Callum's madness. Even the strangers she had never met, the woman in the mirror, the man in the flooded room, the girl who whispered you left us there. All of them. Here, collected, curated. Not because the spiral cared, but because the spiral remembered. Mara took the notebook from her hand and placed it on the final shelf. And for the first time since she was a child, she said, I don't need to be remembered. The spiral slowed. It didn't vanish. It didn't beg. It simply turned one last time, unstopped. Mara woke up in her bed, morning. Real bright, gentle morning. The birds outside didn't repeat themselves. The mirror didn't flicker. The floorboards didn't breathe. She checked the closet. No box. No paper. No notebooks. She stood in the bathroom and looked at her face. Her reflection matched this time. Exactly. No extra lines. No cracks. No spirals. She smiled. Not because it was over, but because it was finally done trying to end. And that made all the difference. Across town, a boy sat in a library, 10 years old, quiet, curious. He pulled a book from the shelf, one that didn't belong. No title. No barcode. Just a blank black cover. He opened it. Inside was a spiral, drawn in pencil, cracked through the middle like it had been stepped on, and then redrawn. And beneath it, only one line of text: "If you're reading this, don't finish it." The boy smiled and turned the page anyway.